It's run by Mondello Motorsport. It's always superbly presented. Graham McDonnell, another former Fiesta ST champion. He's the coffee to go man, still sponsors that championship. Stephen Wright alongside him. We know Stephen Wright, and he's very quick, but this is his first time out in a Seat, and he's put it on the second row of the grid. Sam Mansfield, another really quick guy on row 3 in the DOB Sports Cars car. Then David Maguire, father of Dave Maguire that we saw earlier in the Zetec race, and massively experienced as well. Barry English, Shane Murphy, very, very hard man to beat. He's qualified well back, Shane, so watch out for him, 970 in the Turgas car. And then it's Paul Parr, Brian Berry, Gary Corcoran, Adrian McNally, and Stephen Marr. Say it's Supercups, all with the wipers and demisters full on. The touring cars, Irish touring cars behind them, gridding up. Paul Toomey is going to start that one on pole position. And the Nissan, Cian Walsh in the Honda Civic alongside. Then that beautiful Integra, Stuart Curran, Rob Savage on the wrong side of the grid actually in the Honda Accord. Then Ian Stryker, David Flynn and Stephen Martin, and away they go, and it's Peterson and McDonald who make the best start. McGovern gets left on the outside of the front row, and already there are rooster tails of spray behind the Seat Supercups as the Hankook wet tyres kick up the water from the surface here at Mondello Park. It's been raining heavily all weekend. 5-second board now from Fergus Brennan on the new Mondello Park rostrum, and they're going to start with the national flag on the down, and away they go. And it is indeed Paul Toomey with rear wheel drive or not. He gets a great start, but Cian Walsh just powers by him in the Civic on the outside of the front row, and Stuart Curran with a great run too in that immaculate white Integra already. The Seats are down at turn 3. That's McGovern we're looking at, but he's back to third place. It's Peterson, it's McDonnell, then it's McGovern, then it's Wright, then it's Maguire, then it's Shane Murphy coming through. That's Paul Parr, Barry English right with him, then Brian Berry, another Murray Motorsport car. It's fantastic stuff. They all stream down into the It's difficult conditions, but they do run slicks and wet, so it's not quite as difficult as the Fiestas, for example, would struggle in this weather because they run a tyre for wet and dry conditions, the track day tyres, whereas they've got specially produced wet tyres just for these conditions, and they clear the water. That's why you see so much spray. Do I see a safety car being dispatched already? Safety car is, and there's a snatch unit down there in the gravel trap here that we're looking at. I'm not sure why, but maybe there's somebody off down at turn 1 out of our view. There is. It's a black car. I think, I'm just looking at the window here through the rain, I think that's Cian Walsh who got the start. It is Cian Walsh, surely, who can rocketing by Paul Toomey off the line. There it is. He obviously couldn't get it stopped down into turn 1. Cian Walsh, Motorworks.ie, an iconic auto design, really good driver, lovely guy, and that car very, very quick, but it's not going anywhere very quick right now. It's about to be towed back out. Unfortunately, that's such a shame. Probably just locked up and couldn't get it stopped. So the Seats haven't actually caught the safety car yet because it's parked under the bridge on the main straight here at Mondello Park, right in front of the grandstand. It's a good crowd in the grandstand. I hope you're enjoying the racing and not getting too wet with freak conditions. We weren't expecting this today. The forecast told us we'd get heavy rain at 2 o'clock. Well, that wasn't wrong, but we weren't expecting it at 12:30. We weren't expecting it to rain until 2 o'clock. It's still coming down, but not too heavy now as they come towards us. Somebody heading for the pits in the Seats. Peterson reassuming his lead. There's the pole man for the touring cars just visiting the grass briefly. Very difficult conditions. Now the Seats, as we said, have Hankook wet tyres on, but the Irish touring cars are not linked to any tyre manufacturers. They can run any tyre they want, so they could have a concoction of wets on. Somebody driving right through the pits and back out. That's Barry English. So I'm not sure why he went through the pits, but that's dropped himself. Here he is at the top of your screen just rejoining. These Seats, great racing cars. They're really impressive. They've something like 340 brake horsepower, although they do pin them back. If you get a win, you've got less power for race 2 and so on. That was generally because Shane Murphy was pretty much unbeatable in the class, but they're pretty reliable. The only time they get expensive if you hit them. They can be dear to repair, but without that, the running costs are not too bad. They don't seem to depreciate. They're about €30,000, and that's how much they were when they came on the scene 7 or 8 years ago. We've got a car stopped there. Is that David Flynn? I think it is David Flynn. Stopped on the exit of Lola Corner. So cars obviously just ground to a halt there. And that'll have to be towed with safety cars bringing them round. So 9 minutes and 42 still to run. The only man happy with this situation will be Eddie Peterson, because he's effectively leading this one. So streaming their way by that car, and a lot of them weaving around. Let's hope they will all see it. Barry English just tucks in there. away from it. Irish touring cars making their way around. Still a lot of standing water there, just pushing it wide. So the rescue unit just pulling in front of that Integra, which looked like it was going to move there briefly, but obviously hasn't just yet. Safety car now bringing them down the main straight. Let's just look at the brake horsepower figures there. Eddie Peterson, 310 brake horsepower because he's on pole. 320 for Graham McDonald, 320 for McGovern, everybody else on 340. Again, they just take the slack on the rope, pull that car out of the way. So they should hopefully get going this lap because that Honda has been pulled to the infield, which is great work. That means it will be just out of the way until the end of the race. Barry Swan just going to unhook that there. It's a shame. David Flynn gone very well. He's one of the Honda Cup cars. Safety car coming in. Great grid of Seat streaming their way around the international loop now. Lights are out in the BMW Ireland safety car. Eddie Peterson's got a bit of a gap if he wants to take it. He has. So Graham McDonald a little bit of sleep there, not like him at all, and that's given Eddie Peterson 2 or 3 lengths, which is crucial. McGovern closer. Stephen Wright not too far away either. The rest of them all have done a great job and are bunched up tightly, which is what you've got to do. Barry English heading for the pit lane again, out of shot. Touring cars, it looks like it's Paul Toomey. In fact, they haven't closed up at all. Paul Toomey crosses the line now, way ahead of Rob Savage. So I'm not sure if they hadn't caught up or they didn't. I'm not sure, but there were massive gaps. That was Toomey just coming into shot there. Savage is 9 seconds behind him at the restart. So I don't know if he can make that up. Stuart's current another 5 seconds behind and 2 seconds behind for Steve Martin. Steve Martin and Ian Stryker are the 2 cars that are in the Honda Cup section. The rest are Super Touring class in the Irish Touring cars. Say it's all in the same class. They have different power, but that won't hurt them too much in the wet conditions. In the dry, perhaps it might hurt a little bit more. So Peterson heading off up Kennedy's Rise for Lola Corner, the right-hander, but closing in on the brakes is Graham McDonald. 2 different lines again. McDonald much tighter than Peterson there. Peterson carrying a lot of speed around the outside. McGovern dropping back just a little bit. Then it's Wright, Maguire, and I think that's the danger man of Shane Murphy in 6th place. Eddie Peterson negotiating 7A and 7B. Not letting him away though is Graham McDonald. McGovern all on his own in 3rd place. And Stephen Wright very impressive there in 4th place. In fact, Wright tracking down McGovern there in the background as they come to Bahrain's Bends. Watch the left of your screen. There we go. The red car, Stephen Wright, first time out in a Seat. Just purchased this car. I think Morgan Dempsey giving him a hand. So they're pretty much teammates this weekend, those two. As all the rest come streaming through. Shane Murphy not really beginning to crowd Dave Maguire as I'd expected. And a little bit of a gap again for Eddie Peterson as they're back on the national circuit and up to Southside Motor Factor's corner. 3 minutes is all we have to go in this one, so they'll get another lap after this, I'd imagine. Maybe 2. This one and another one. Peterson goes through the start, fastest lap for him. Graham McDonald matching him to less than a 10th. 2:02.5 for both of them, 2:05.2, so almost 3 seconds slower everybody else. And now the Turvas gas car of Shane Murphy has a look around the outside. That's impressive if he can do it at Campion Corner. Maguire says no and turns in. Can't see with the graphic. No, Maguire hangs on, I think. No, he doesn't. He almost had it, but right round the outside of Shane Murphy. Can he close the door? He possibly can. Maguire's thinking of a sniff down the inside. Sam Mansfield in there too, and Paul Parr. That was good stuff from Shane Murphy. Maguire getting that inside line. There can be more grip in there sometimes, and he knows it, trying to get that run up the hill. Down the outside though for the next one, which is a left-hander, and it's off camber, so it can be tricky to try and get around the outside there. Dave Maguire's racing long enough to know that, and he tucks in behind the car of Shane Murphy, who now finds himself up to 5th place. McDonald a little bit closer perhaps as they head back up the hill to the right-hander of Bahrain's Bends, named after Martin Bahrain. Bought the circuit in 1985, made all the improvements that we have today, built the garages, built the tower, and built this loop that we're on now, the international loop. Right up over the inside curb. This lap time will be interesting for Shane Murphy. I think it looks like he's on a bit of a run there. Mansfield now has dropped a place, I think, to Paul Parr, and he wants it back by the look of it. Oh, Paul Parr goes sideways. Mansfield tucks the nose up the inside. A drag race now to Paddock Corner. Parr's on the outside. Not a place where you want to be going around the outside, but nobody told them that. They've given each other racing room. They're side by side. Mansfield carries enough speed to get it done, but then leaves the door wide open on the approach to Southside, and back down the inside again is Paul Parr. So once again, Mansfield confident and happy to hang it around the outside and use that extra traction that he's finding out there. Now closes the door on the main straight. That's good stuff from Sam Mansfield. Shane Murphy's already caught Stephen Wright with a 2:02.5, so he's as quick as the leaders. I expected that one. In fact, a 2:01.3 though for the 2 leaders that time, and they've gone quicker again. But bear in mind that Shane Murphy had to pass Dave Maguire on that lap. So Shane Murphy, the second car there, the Turvas gas car, former world hot rod champion, very talented driver, has recently purchased a world supercar, a rallycross car as well, and unsurprisingly is extremely quick in that car straight away. Great result at Linden Hill recently. Lovely guy as well, family-run team. They know exactly how to run this car. And I'm sure he's got a good wet setup. He's a lot more experienced in this car than Stephen Wright in front. Stephen Wright's been impressive, but Murphy doesn't look like he wants to be denied today. Looking to the outside as they head towards Lola Corner. He'll be looking for a switchback now as they come to the inside. That's McGovern just ahead of them. He looks slower on the way in, but there's that tight line, can sometimes get you up the inside. It doesn't on that occasion. So Wright again doing the Mansfield thing, staying around the outside and holding him off there as they head down towards 7A and B. Hard braking. Look how much water these cars are kicking up on the back. Oh, he's sideways. He's holding onto it beautifully, but that's going to just let Murphy by. That's just a little bit of pressure. Right back on it straight away though, and gets a good run out the corner, and Murphy has to defend. That was great stuff from Stephen Wright. He held it beautifully, and then just once he had the car squared up, he stood on the power and actually got a run on the way out of the corner, and Murphy had to cover that on the way up to Bahrain's Bends. So good stuff from 2 good drivers there. The order: Peterson, McDonald, McGovern, Murphy and Wright. Again, you can see the tail of the cars moving around just a little bit. Maybe some of them gambled on setup hoping it would dry out. Certainly doesn't look like it at the moment. It's not raining, but it's very, very wet out there. The leader's coming out onto the main straight again, and Peterson has definitely increased his gap this time round. Checkered flag it is, in fact, for Eddie Peterson. Great stuff. So yeah, the safety car short in that one for us. Eddie Peterson takes the win. Graham McDonald second. McGovern third. Shane Murphy a great drive to fourth place. Fastest lap on the final lap, 2:01.120. Just to compare that with a wet time, 1:49.7 was pole. So 11 or 12 seconds slower in the wet, even with those wet tyres. But great stuff from the Seats. Let's see what's happening in the touring cars. Paul Toomey's already taken the checkered flag. It's Adrian McNally crossing the line. A few more touring cars out on track. I think Rob Savage is going to be next up. Well back, and he's under a bit of pressure. Here they come, because Stuart Curran is right with him. This is for runner-up in the Super Touring. So it's going to be Toomey taking it. It's going to be Savage, or is it going to be Stuart Curran? Savage just hangs on for second place. Curran with a great run towards him there at the end, and that is the checkered flag. We're waiting now for the Honda Cup winner. 2 cars for the Honda Cup win on the main straight. Here they go, and it's Ian Stryker, a newcomer to the series, and sideways behind him is Stephen Martin, who I think has already won the Honda Cup, but he's going to be beaten to the flag today, or is he? A problem for the red car. Stryker goes by on the limiter. Who's going to get it? Well, I'm not sure what happened there. Stephen Martin stole it on the line. Ian Stryker on the limiter, as if he's got stuck in gear or something. But had that one in the bag, but it's another Honda Cup win for Stephen Martin.
Square left onto loop. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it lit, keep it lit, keep it lit. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Continental Tires, Irish Compact Car of the Year 2023. Speaks for itself. The new Opel Astra.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team-building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating auto test challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack. We're back with Formula Boss Ireland, the Dunshaughlin Motor Company Formula Boss Ireland Championship. This is their first race of the weekend, and they're racing for the famous Home Patrick Trophy, trophy that we had a look at here yesterday, and it's got some very, very, very salubrious names on it. It really is an absolutely incredible trophy, and it'll be a proud man that takes this one. Tony Greenan on pole position. He's done most of the winning this year in Boss Ireland in a Formula 3 car. Paul O'Connell on the outside, the front row in the Crigora Mills car. Watch out for him. Then it's Carl O'Brien. Great performance from Carl O'Brien. Great to have him at Mondello Park. Then Barry Rabbit, Shane Rabbit, Michael Roach, Kaylee Cole, Daniel Fardy, Johnny Keating, Dan Daly, Gary Graham, Alex Wilson, John Daly, Eamon Madison, Stanley Watson. Don't see Jonathan Files out there. And Martin Daly. Getting ready to go now for Boss Ireland. They're hammering on the limiter. It sounds like a machine gun noise there. Paul O'Connell lights it up, but Shane Rabbit with a cracking start. Look at Shane Rabbit along the barrier on the inside. Doesn't quite have the horsepower when they get the power down. Barry says, I'll take it from here. He's down the outside of Paul O'Connell, right round the outside. Shane Rabbit stuffs it up the inside of Paul O'Connell. Paul O'Connell's car a little bit unwieldy in these conditions as they all trail through turn one. No problems for anybody there. But let's see, let's recap here. Barry Rabbit, we expect a charging start like that from Barry Rabbit. And he's trying to chase down Tony Green. Now his car is not as modern as Tony Green. It wouldn't be as quick, but the wet conditions can be a great leveler. I think that's Carl O'Brien in third place. Incredible stuff. They come down into the S's. Rabbit in second, Carl O'Brien in third. Then is it, we'll wait and see when they come through. It's first and second together. It's Paul O'Connell, then Shane Rabbit. Michael Roach. All the rest are hidden in spray as they go up the hill in Kennedy's Rise. Again, full wet tyres on all these cars. Paul O'Connell's car incredibly quick, but certainly it wouldn't be completely suitable for these conditions. You always think of Mondello Park that the little nimble F3 cars are the way forward, but car of Paul O'Connell's is a pretty impressive bit of kit, and we know he's well able to pedal it, so let's see what happens. Shane Rabbit firing the little Formula Renault round, and Michael Roach. Gap back then to Alex Wilson and Kaylee Cole, Dan Daly. Paul O'Connell and Dallara World Series car. Barry Rabbit trying really hard, not letting Tony Greenan get away. You would expect Tony Greenan to be a lot quicker. He wasn't the dry, but certainly he's, let's see, in a straight line. 173 kilometers an hour as opposed to 166 for Barry Rabbit. 166 for Carl O'Brien. 193 for Paul O'Connell. Way quicker than anybody in a straight line. Shane Rabbit well down at 164. So yeah, 193 for Paul O'Connell. So if it dried out, he could get that power down, he'd fly. So 2 seconds the difference on the first lap from Tony Greenan and Barry Rabbit. So as we said, Greenan driving superbly this year, but that is a lot later bit of kit than Barry Rabbit's, but they're two really good drivers at the front of this one. Eamon Matheson going by. Oh, red flags are out. The red flags are out. The race has been stopped. Actually got somebody on the track with a red flag. So 7A and B waves yellows, and we can see one of the Mazda units heading down towards 7A and B. So there we are, that's John Daly in the Formula One Castrol livery on that car. Beautifully turned out car, it's just gone around on him. Easy to do, not too much in terms of grip, and a lot of power in the back. I think that's a Holden engine in the back of that car, but he won't be able to get that going without a little bit of help, I don't think. So red flags out, and everybody else will come to a halt on the main straight here at Mondello Park. Here they come back towards us again. Fergus Brown and the starter out there, and red flags being waved everywhere just to let them know. Somebody else getting going in the pit lane. Is that's Greenan was in the pits? Well, he's gone out of the pits. Tony Greenan came into the pits that time, so I'm not sure if he made a change to the car or something, but certainly he was below me in the pits. So Barry Rabbit's the first car round to this stoppage. There's another car in the pits, 47. That's Johnny Keating. He's getting back in. So it seems to be a little bit of confusion. We know the race has been. Oh, Greenan's reversing back down the grid. Not sure how the officials will take to that one, but anyway, we'll see. It's Johnny Keating, 47. JKS car. As John Daly gets hooked up there by the rescue unit, getting plenty of miles put on it today in these difficult conditions. It has brightened up. It mightn't look it on your screen, but it has brightened up, and we can almost see the outline of the Hill of Allen out over turn 3. And I know I always say this, but it's generally a reasonable indicator, although today's weather is a little bit freakish. But if you can see out over turn 3 and you can see the Hill of Allen, that's where the weather generally comes from at Mondello Park, and it does look bright out there. So chances are we may get a little bit of drying or no more or less rain, certainly. There it is, that's a shot. The outline is a good thing, because earlier we couldn't even see the hedge. We could barely see that Bridgestone sign, so good shot there. But that's what we're looking at. That's generally what we look at out the top of the tower for many, many years. Robin Rhodes used it as an indicator, and Matt Feeney used it as an indicator, and so do I. And it's generally, I will say generally, touching some wood here in the commentary box, it's generally quite a reliable way of knowing what way the weather is coming in Mondello Park. Seems to be a little bit of debate about the Greenan car coming back to the front row there. So a few people in the commentary box just admiring the Leinster Trophy there. Patch, the racing driver, getting his photo taken with it. No doubt he'll be announcing on social media that he won the Leinster Trophy later on today. But the trophy's attracting a lot of attention here at Mondello Park this weekend. Some very, very famous names on them. 3 world champions, of course, on the Leinster Trophy. Mike Hawthorne, Mika Hakkinen, and of course Ayrton Senna, the most famous name on the trophy. A couple of drivers in this race have won it, of course. I think is Paul O'Connell a previous winner? Maybe not. Barry Rabbit certainly is. Barry Rabbit's won it twice, actually. Once in Formula Shane and once in Boss Ireland. Both a pair of inspired drives on both occasions, but we expect that. The clue is in the surname. You see it in Keith Rabbit in the Fiestas, and you see Barry's feisty opening lap there, but I don't think he's going to have the pace to match Greenan. Tony Greenan driving superbly this year, it's got to be said. He's highly impressive in that car. It is a very, very effective motor car, but he's so well able to drive it. He's big into it. He's very good for the class, and I'm assuming he's won the championship. I'm not so sure, but you can check out all the championships. If you want to see some championship standings now, it's a one-stop shop. ICCR, Irish Championship Circuit Racing. So ICCR.ie, click on results and standings, and Drew Furlong keeps that updated with the points from all the classes, whereas you used to have to go to all the individual class. The same with Rallycross, IRX.ie. That's the same format. You click on results and standings. There's PJ Fallon coming down to the grid there. PJ, one of the many friends of Mick Merrigan that are here today to celebrate Mick's life. Mick would have been right in the middle of this one here. Shop coat on and baseball cap on backwards, no doubt. But great to have Mick's family with us here today at Mondello Park, and indeed to have the Shanahan family here as well. So a little bit of a delay while they tow the car in, but I think I can see it at the top of the out of shot here. I can see that car, John Daly, being pulled back in. So it looks like they're going to fire them up. Moving them back up to the grid positions, I think, is what they're doing, actually. That's Brian Matthews there, Patch the racing driver. We just got a quick shot of him giving the thumbs up. He's cleaning the camera lens for the See It Live crew. They cover the cameras when the rain comes down, as it did earlier, and we just whipped the cover off there, and Patch giving us a hand here in commentary and wiping the lens clean. And that is 47 at the end of the pit lane. Johnny Keating, the Wexford man, he will start on from the pit lane in the O'Brien transport car. It's a name well known to us at Mondello Park. Is that Willie O'Brien? Well known to us from Willie and Mikey racing here many, many years ago. I'm assuming that's the same company. I know they operate down in the sunny southeast now. Mikey O'Brien, always remembered by us here at Mondello Park. Great little Fiat Uno racer back in the day. So, the new display system on the right-hand side for drivers gives information as they go by, and for anybody in the pit lane, it counts down the time, but also messages from race control can come up. See the sign upside down written on the back wing. It says do not push. So he will start in the pit lane. Full wet tyres, as you'll see on fully grooved tyres. It should will it dry out? I don't know. Hardly anybody on slicks down there. Nobody was that brave when they went out. It was pitch dark. But I'm looking down below us. That O'Brien Transport New Ross County Wexford car. DMC.ie. That's of course is the Dunshaughlin Motor Company, the sponsor of the class. It's Barry John McHenry, well known to us, top saloon car racer here and races in the UK. Still races in the UK in the ST, the Airtec Fiesta ST 240 Championship. Runs a superb used car dealership in Dunshaughlin. A lot of Dunshaughlin involvement in motorsport, of course. A lot of drivers, a bit like Dundalk. We got a lot of Dunshaughlin drivers. They're quick. All the dailies come from out that direction, and many, many more. Jonathan Files based out there as well. So the team's being told to clear the grid. 1 minute board, actually. You can see Mark Quinlivan front and centre there, the photographer. You're getting a few shots. Hands in the air, the car's beginning to start up. Distinctive sound. Great Beacon Hospital signage there on the outside of the circuit. The Beacon Hospital helping us with this stream at all the ICCR rounds. So it looks like we'll have, 10-minute race, one warm-up lap and the original grid formation. So they start in the original grid places. So that means that Paul O'Connell gets a second chance from the front row of the grid, and Barry Rabbit has to do it all again from row 2. And Paul O'Connell's experience, he'll surely will try not to leave a gap on the outside. And Shane Rabbit, it will be perfectly happy, I can tell you, to launch that yellow and white Formula Renault down the inside between anyone that's in the way and the barrier on the right-hand side. 30 seconds, it says on the screen for the drivers now. So one warm-up lap, original grid formation, flashing rear lights, rain lights. Leader hasn't got one, or the pole man, but everybody else I think has a light on. Almost everybody. Away they go. Once again, even on the formation lap there, Paul O'Connell just lighting up the back wheels of that car. Martin Daly right at the back, very spectacular driver in another Formula Renault World Series by Renault. And Martin Daly, another very spectacular driver, another Dunshaughlin man, well known to us here at Mondello Park. Great to have him back in the grids, and always gives us great entertainment. So young Carl O'Brien, we haven't really seen him racing here. He did a bit with Leastone Racing in the UK. They do very well in the Mondello Championship, and he's been racing an F3 chassis over there and has been doing really, really well this year. So great to have him back with us here, and it's no surprise that he's going so well, but he's there on the second row of the grid in this one alongside Barry Rabbit. He did a 35.6 as opposed to Rabbit's 35.8 this morning. Very quick lap times, 1:35. Pole position actually was a 34.1 for Tony Greenan, 35.1 for Paul O'Connell. So a second the difference between the front row man, but that was in dry conditions. Heading around there on another formation lap. For anybody who's at the venue here with us and is looking for the American family, they're in the the iRadio suite, still has iRadio branding on it beside the Ferrari suite. So halfway along the corporate suites, there's a big picture of Mick Merrigan, you can't miss him. on the door of the suite. Anyone who knew Mick or knew his family or friends are more than welcome to drop in there and say hello to the family. They would love to see you. And they've got copious quantities of tea, coffee, Kimberley and Mikado biscuits, as Mick would have had, and apple tart. So if you want to go up and say hello to the Merrigan family, that's where you want to go. A lot of the former racing friends of Mick are up there too. Derek Keneally and his daughter Tara I saw up there. PJ Fallon is up there. Mark McKenna is up there. Rod McGovern. So well worth dropping in if you're here at the venue, and we will see them on track before the big race later on. Paul O'Connell once again trying to get some semblance of heat into the back tyres. Great sound effects from these F3 cars as they bounce off the limiter there, dropping the clutch, trying to get heat in. Carl O'Brien will be looking to get a better launch than before. Knife Edge sponsorship on that one. I've seen that at Mondello before, back in the Fiat Uno days. I think it's a fencing company. Green and parked to perfection. The front wheels right on the white line there. O'Connell back a bit more. Very, very hard to judge from the cockpit, of course. Easy to judge from up here. Getting ready to go. Who's it going to be? Watch for Rabbit on the outside. Rabbit gets a cracker again. He's by Paul O'Connell. And he have a go with Greenan down into turn one. Great sound. Look at Rabbit now. He's laid on the brakes. This is his only chance really, is to try and get around the outside of Greenan here early on. But Tony Greenan's seen it all before and leaves it out there. We saw what happened when Barry Rabbit can get in front. He beat Greenan in a straight fight, but literally by defending like there was no tomorrow. Carl O'Brien right with them too as they go through Campion Corner. And Greenan's car stretches out its lead a little bit there on the way to turn 3. Rabbit comes back at him through the first apex. Hard on the brakes, down through the gears. Again, Greenan super smooth and gets on the power and just eases away a little bit and already has 5 or 6 lengths. Rabbit tries to bring it back on the brakes, but that sends him perhaps a little bit wide. Or else he's out there looking for grip. Look at Shane Rabbit in the Renault round the outside of Mick Roach's Formula 3 car. He won't have the power surely on the way up the hill though. Gets a good run off it. He might be able to hang on the inside there. Indeed he does. Great stuff from Rabbit there, taking another place. In fact, that Roach was behind him when they went by the line, so maybe Roach had got by him halfway around the lap. He's coming back at him now on that long back straight, and certainly should have more straight line power. But that little Formula Renault is a very quick car. It's Barry's old car, and I think he won the Leinster Trophy actually in that car before. It's now re-livered, very similar to the Brawn colours. Barry Rabbit under pressure now as Carl O'Brien begins to move around in his mirrors just a little bit at Brains Bends. And Paul O'Connell certainly not dropping away. I think Paul O'Connell will have a little bit of pace once he gets settled. Shane Rabbit drifting that car around. Great to watch. That's Roach. I think is that possibly Johnny Keating next up? I'm trying to see who it was that came through next. Carl O'Brien looking good here, getting the car out of shape. He's not afraid of it at all. And having a look at the inside of Barry Rabbit for a moment before they both go back out to take a full racing line out onto the main straight. Rabbit doesn't go for an apex, sits around the outside in search of grip. O'Brien does. .169 and 168 mile an hour for Rabbit and O'Brien. 192 kilometres an hour, I should say, for Paul O'Connell. That car's so quick in a straight line. Then it's Rabbit, Shane, Daniel Faherty, Johnny Keating. Great stuff for Boss Ireland. The battle is going to be for second place, I feel, in this one, at least early on. Yeah, Carl O'Brien looking like he can hang on to Barry Rabbit. They look pretty equally matched here, don't they, as they go round Bridgestone Corner and up onto the international loop for the second time. 5 minutes still to run in this one, so a few more laps to go. Two blue and white cars absolutely together. Barry Rabbit is very good at defending, as I'd say Carl O'Brien might be about to find out, but Carl O'Brien, feisty driver and has plenty of experience, plenty of miles under his belt, even though we haven't seen him much at Mondello Park. He goes right into that apex every lap as Barry sits around the outside. Fastest lap for Green at that time through, 49.082. 50.3 and 50.3 for these two, second and third. Not making any inroads just yet. Shane Rabbit next up. Big gaps in this one. And it's Daniel Fardy actually, that is. It's next up, another F3 car. And Johnny Keating. And Dan Daly, Martin Daly, Cayley Cole. Rabbit now with his mirrors full as Carl O'Brien begins to pile on the pressure. Rabbit has to go defensive but goes back to the outside. Carl O'Brien looking down the inside. Rabbit centre of the road. Won't leave the gap anywhere at all. As Tony Greenan found out, he's very good at putting the car where it needs to be. But Carl O'Brien, what a move. Down the inside. Rabbit gives him racing room. We're seeing a lot of that today and it's good to see. But certainly Carl O'Brien got the job done to perfection. I'll tell you one thing. If you pull a move on Barry Rabbit at Mondello Park, you certainly deserve the place because Barry doesn't give him away for free. So Carl O'Brien now up to second place. This time it's him that goes around the outside and Rabbit goes in to get the apex on the long left-hander there. He's immediately beginning to get away. He looks very comfortable in the car there in second place. There's a 50.108, 52.5 for Barry Rabbit that time round. 52.3 for Paul O'Connell. So Paul O'Connell, oh, I almost gave him the commentator's curse there as he locked up and almost went straight on. O'Connell now with a rooster tail of spray behind him, heading down towards 7A and then 7B. Paul O'Connell in fourth place, just can't make any inroads on these guys in front. A little bit of understeer there as he comes off 7A. And again, look how hard he's working in the cockpit. You can see his hands on the wheel, so obviously that car's struggling a little bit for traction. I'm sure they all are. He's in danger of being caught by Shane Rabbit. Shane Rabbit absolutely flogging the little Formula Renault. And let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, Shane matching him last time round to within a couple of tenths. There's our leader. He's not too far away. And look at Carl O'Brien in the background, firing the car out over the curb. I think Carl O'Brien smells a win here. Let's see. He wasn't that far off the last time round. Is he a bit closer? Is there 5 seconds there? I don't think there is. There's Green and our leader. He goes through 151.9. Carl O'Brien goes through 150.111. Almost 2 seconds back. He's on a charge in second place. Watch out for this man. Carl O'Brien, great stuff. The Dara F306 now, heading for Campion Corner and reeling in the leader. Carl O'Brien really reveling in these conditions. He looks like he's absolutely composed in the car, very happy with the setup he has on it. But Greenan does have a fastest lap, but certainly he tailed off the last time round at 51.9 as opposed to a 50.1. The gap was 5 seconds, it's down to 3.2, but this is the last lap. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about it, but he's really pushing hard. Here he is in second place, just flicking the car in. He's got rid of Barry Rabbit and pulled away. Rabbit's struggling though, he's gone way out to a 56 last time round. So here's that young man, Carl O'Brien, now charging up the hill in second place and reeling in the leader, Tony Greenan. We didn't expect this. It's very impressive stuff. Greenan managing to balance it, or is he? There's still not much in it. It was 3 seconds. I think it's around the same. Greenan now for the last time down to 7A. He's through 7A cleanly. Through 7B and already down to 7A is Carl O'Brien. Fantastic. So there's Carl O'Brien. They can see each other now, but this is the final lap. If we had one more lap, it might be a little bit different. But certainly Tony Greenan, maybe he's balancing it all to perfection, but certainly Carl O'Brien is charging up to him. Great entertainment in Bass Ireland. Wave yellows. Somebody's off. That's Gary Graham is off there just on the exit of that corner in the Formula Renault. And that our leader's gone through, Tony Greenan. Here he comes for the final time through paddock corner, and look at Carl O'Brien drifting the car out onto the curb again. He's definitely closer again. Tony Greenan is going to take this, but not by much. Great stuff from Greenan, and what a drive for second place from Carl O'Brien. Greenan takes it. Carl O'Brien flashes through to second place, and a 49.7 on the final lap means he's down to 2 seconds. It's a drag race to the line between O'Connell and Barry Rabbit. Oh, O'Connell gets out of shape but just blasts by. I do think there's a problem for Barry Rabbit, though. He's very slow across the line. Paul O'Connell gets himself onto the podium in the last seconds of the race. Barry Rabbit next up from Shane Rabbit. Then it's going to be Daniel Faherty in the F3 car, and then a great drive by Johnny Keating. He was all the way at the back, remember. That's Gary Graham still in the car, but we won't have to do anything about that because the checkered flag is out. So Johnny Keating coming down to the checkered flag now. And it's going to be, it's Martin Daly got by Dan Daly. Indeed he did. We'll keep an eye on them in the loop. Here they come. Checkered flag still prepared. Who's coming down to us now? It's Eamon Matheson, but he's a couple of laps back. So he is, problems for Eamon, usually very, very quick. But he takes the checkered flag. Next one I think is going to be Martin Daly. Another charging drive from him. He got by Dan Daly last time out. So here they come. That's him in the almost like Renault F1 livery on that car. Another Dallara World Series. Martin Daly goes through. 2:03 dead for him as he goes by. It's Dan Daly and Wilsden. Wilsden just gets that one. Then Dan Daly. And then Cayley Cole. So good entertainment there. Tony Greenan we kind of almost expect to win now in Formula Bass Ireland. That's him coming in the pit lane, but certainly a new name to us in Formula Bass Ireland is Carl O'Brien, and what a charging drive by him. That really was impressive stuff as they come back down the pit lane. There's your results. Tony Greenan takes the win, but only just a charge up to second place and almost up to the gearbox, the leader from young Carl O'Brien. Paul O'Connell just beating Barry Rabbit for third on the run to the line. Barry Rabbit in fourth, Shane Rabbit in fifth, then Daniel Faherty in sixth, Johnny Keating, Martin Daly, Alex Wilson and Stanley Watson. That's your top 10 in Formula Bass Ireland. Next up will be Legends, Irish Legends, for their second race of the day. They're already in assembly. Irish legends coming back down towards us for their second race of the day after the Boss Ireland excitement. So Kevin O'Donoghue going to take pole position for this one. Seamus Ryan will be alongside him. Watch out for him, he went well early on. Willie Lawrence, top rookie. Derek Hogan in the Pink Panther. And Scott Jackson and David Yamamoto. Yamamoto went well in this morning's race as well. Then it's Richard Spence, Kieran Bergen, Danger, Peter Barable. Watch out for 88. All the way from the back, Declan Burke was very quick this morning. Lee Malone, Owen Lawler. That's Barable going through there in the bright yellow coloured car. Looks like a high-vis vest. Peter Barable, massively experienced, loves these little legends cars, always working on setup in them. So does Rob Barable. Rob Barable's taken a couple of wins in the UK series this year. They've both gone well over there. Paul O'Brien has entered 3 cars in that, and they managed to get onto the Toka support package this year, which is incredibly exciting to race alongside the British touring cars in front of capacity crowds at some of the best circuits in the UK. So Legends being led around by the BMW Ireland safety car. Fully electric, the latest addition to the BMW fleet at Mondello Park, an incredibly quick machine. We've got a lot of BMWs down here. If you want to drive around the track at Mondello Park, simply log on to mondellopark.ie. You can. There are loads of different experiences now. We've got the fleet has been upgraded quite a lot. There's a Mazda-powered Exocet 2-seater sports car for hot laps with a professional instructor driving, but you can drive i240M BMWs, Porsche Cayman S's, single-seater Formula Shanes, the new Suzuki rally cars. There's a full rallycross experience here, which is really got a rally experience, a co-driver with you, but it's very, very impressive. Uses the loose down at Rallycross 1 and is very popular, so many different things you can do. Also corporate events, we do a lot of them here at Mondello Park. If you want to have a conference or a day out, mondellopark.ie, just click on corporate. Very important part of the business here at Mondello Park. The lights are off in the safety car. We will be starting this lap. So number 11, Kevin O'Donoghue on pole position. Seamus Ryan, the black car alongside. Then Willie Lawrence, that beautiful blue car, second place. In the bright Pink Panther car of Derek Hogan. Very enthusiastic racer, and one who's come on really strongly inside the last year and a half. And these legends, loves the legends, and really enjoys driving them. And next up is Scott Jackson. Most of them are coupe-shaped cars, but his is a sedan, slightly longer. There it is, almost looks like an estate car. David Yamamoto, former Carter, alongside him. Then Kieran Bergen, Richard Spence and Kieran Bergen in the next row of the grid. Then Peter Barable and Declan Burke, watch them. That's them side by side, the white car and the yellow car at the back. Barable in particular usually makes great starts. You can get boxed in pretty easily though in Legends, so you can't guarantee it. These Legends they're built to be a little bit shorter grip. They run a treaded tyre, so these conditions make them even more difficult. Don't have a diff, so they can hang the tail out wheel spin. They can be a little bit of a handful, and sometimes aren't over keen to turn in because they don't have a differential. The solid rear axle will drive them straight ahead. So a little bit of an art to driving them, getting ready to go. So the pole man dictates the start. Watch Barable in the background. There we go, as you go to the inside, he gets a bit of wheel spin and gets it out of shape. There you go, you just see that gap closing up in front of him. So no gap for Barable. So who's it going to be? It's going to be Willie Lawrence, is it? It is, down the outside, Willie Lawrence. Somebody very late on the brakes. Is that Burke? It is Burke, all the way around from the row 5. Great stuff. Declan Burke, he was side by side with Barable. It was him that got down the outside. Here we go down to 7A now, and it still is 77, Willie Lawrence, the rookie, but Burke closing him down, 46 down the outside. Great stuff. Then it's Scott Jackson, I think it is. Somebody off on the outside. That, in fact, is Seamus Ryan, who started on the front row. Somebody going with him, Liam Malone, perhaps, is it? And Kevin O'Donoghue, too. So just a little bit of difficulty stopping the cars as we go through the right and left, and they're fanning apart there. Somebody trying to look down the inside. I think that's the Mace car of Owen Lawler, who looks a lot more comfortable in the car than he did this morning. It is, and he goes, slices down the inside and takes that place from Liam Malone, who goes back at him on the brakes down into the long left-hander. Somebody gone wide. That's Burke, went very wide. See, it's hard to get the cars turned in. You can see what's happening here. You see them with a lot of lock on, a lot of understeer on the approach to the corner, just trying to get them in. Of course, wet conditions accentuates any issues the cars have. Out over the curb, Derek Hogan still in that lead group. Barrable not making the progress I would expect. He's in first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, is he? Seventh, actually. There he is coming out of the final corner. 77 looking very good, a cracking first corner, getting him the lead and holding it strongly all the way around the first lap. Everybody else coming up as a pro. Kevin O'Donoghue and Willie Lawrence coming up as rookies on my screen. And, he's leading it, he's driving like a pro. Willie Lawrence out in front, but Declan Burke looking perhaps slightly quicker, but a couple of issues keep dropping him back, so he needs to be a little bit more consistent. That's what he's doing now. A good run through Campion corner, and he tries to close down Burke, or tries to close down Lawrence, I should say. Almost together now around the S is Richard Spence and the red car almost with them too. Got back then to Malone and Lawler, is it? Scott Jackson and Lawler actually. Yamamoto coming up the hill there. Kieran Bergen just ahead of him. Two different lines. We've seen that a lot today between Willie Lawrence and Declan Burke. Lawrence perhaps getting a better run off that. 7 minutes to go in this one to get up to top speed on the back straight and then brake heavily here. And that's Spence now moving in on 46 Burke, so it's going to be 3 cars in the lead. Look at the back end of Willie Lawrence's car. He controls it beautifully. It's moving around a lot. Done a lot of oval racing, I believe, but still a relative novice in circuit racing. Certainly knows how to control a rear-wheel drive car. We can see that there as he balanced the power through 7A and B. And he gets a good run again on the way up the hill through Bahrain's Bends, the right-hander over that inside curb, and the left right in over the curb as far as those tyres. And the inside will allow him sideways, and off goes Burke in second place. There he goes. Just like almost like the inside curb upset the car. Maybe he was just a little bit too eager with the power. That can happen on a drying track. Your instinct is to stunt somebody else. That's Spence as well, is it? It is. That's second and third have spun down the pack. Well, that's Hogan up a couple of places, and Jackson as well, and maybe Lawler. Let's see. We'll regroup when they go by, but that's given a massive lead to Willie Lawrence with 6 minutes to run. And then it's Jackson ahead of Lawler, I think. Derek Hogan right in the mix now too. This is for a podium place. That's our leader going through 77, Willie Lawrence. He goes through. Fastest lap, 2:25. Then it's Scott Jackson next up. Then Owen Lawler. Then Derek Hogan. And Burke. And Spence. Double spin there, knocking them back. Peter Barrable still struggling. He's way back. He's down 2 more places. He's in 9th place, Peter Barrable. 2:35. He's 10 seconds a lap off the pace. So obviously big problems for Peter Barrable. Derek Hogan trying to get one over on the brother-in-law there, Owen Lawler, but Owen Lawler holding on to 3rd place at the moment. These two have always raced together, starting off in Uno's many years ago. When Lawler went off karting, he's come back in, loves these legends. A little bit of understeer sends him wide, but the same thing happens to Hogan. And even more so to Burke, who was trying to hold him in. He's gone right off the track behind. It's obviously still very, very slippery out there. And the legends, as we said, you always have to balance these cars, even in dry conditions. So they're not particularly easy to drive in these conditions, but Lawler's got away a little bit there. So this class will be racing for the Jack Toohey Trophy, another very, very famous trophy in their third race of the weekend. Lawrence still leading, going to get a rookie win and an overall win by the look of this one. 4 minutes still to run. Declan Burke trying to get back up to these two in front. A little bit closer up front because Scott Jackson, I think, is closing in on the leader. It could be a fastest lap for him in second place. Burke has definitely closed Hogan down just a little bit. The rookie puts a wheel off on the outside, but doesn't lift off, gets a little bit of a shimmy. Let's watch the lap times. It's going to be the fastest lap for second place, man. Indeed it is, 2:21.334. That is 2 seconds quicker than the car in front. As Burke gets alongside Hogan on the main straight. There's going to be a battle for the lead. 3 minutes to go on this one. I think Willie Lawrence is going to have a fight in his hand. Burke right round the outside of Derek Hogan. Hogan comes back at him now on the approach to Campion corner. He's on the wrong side and just tucks in behind him there. It's not a day for trying to sit around the outside of somebody at Campion corner, I don't think. There's Yamamoto, Bergen and Peter Barable. Barable's brought his lap times down a little bit, but still well off, some 7 seconds off the lap time the leader's doing. After that's Malone, O'Donoghue and Seamus Ryan. So this is the battle for the lead now, both trying hard. You see the back of the car moving around on Lawrence and indeed on Scott Jackson. They were 1.7 seconds apart when they went by the start-finish line. You don't need a stopwatch now, you can see the gap, but it's certainly not 1.7 seconds as Jackson closes them down. Can he get it turned in though? He can. Contain that well. I thought he might have come in a touch too quick, but no. Still right there, up over that inside curb. They come back towards us again. 2 minutes to go, so they'll get another lap at the end of this one. All about these two now. Through the right and then the left of Brainsman's, then harden the brakes with the long left-hander. One's called Carousel and one's called Honda. So 99 now, going nicely up to second place, fastest lap last time round. 1:43 to go, so this will be starting their last lap as he goes right over the exit curb. Something he shouldn't normally do in wet conditions, not bothering him at all. He's very confident. Willie Lawrence holding the inside line. It's going to be a long lap for Willie. He got a win here at the last meeting. He'd love another one. But certainly motoring up behind him. But he's gone onto the grass. That's going to cost him time. It's going to cost him a lot of time. Scott Jackson there cost him 3 or 4 lengths, certainly. Still gets a fastest lap though, even with that, a 19.1 and 6/10 quicker than the leader. So he should be able to get himself back into the mix before the end of this lap. Because there are just 40 seconds showing on the clock. Willie Lawrence, Scott Jackson, Owen Lawler, Declan Burke, Derek Hogan and Richard Spence, the top 6 when they went by. Kevin O'Donoghue coming into the pits there, that's the POB crew. Paul O'Brien and crew. Just going to check what the problem is. So this is the leader for the last time through Lola Corner. Makes good his escape though. That's gap is opening out if nothing else, so maybe he's pulled the pin on the last lap. Certainly Willie Lawrence did a quick lap. It was 6/10 off what Scott Jackson did, but it was quicker than anybody else on track. Scott Jackson comes at him again. He's very strong on the brakes down into 7A and B. Both of them just feeding on the power. The back of the car's moving around for the final time as they come up towards Bahrain's Bends. 5 corners to go, or 4 if you count this as 1. 3 corners to go now, but he's definitely motoring up behind the leader. We could be on for a last lap lunge. Let's see what happens here. Nobody's wide. They get turned in. Both of them get turned in. There's only 2 lengths in it now. And Scott Jackson gets a good run off that corner on the way back towards paddock. If he stays off the curbs of paddock and gets a run up the hill, he could have a go here. It's exactly what he does. Right at the outside. Willie Lawrence sees it, goes to the inside. Down the outside, high and wide now for Scott Jackson. He's looking for a better run on the way out. Checker flag is ready below me. It's going to be a drag race to the line for the legends. It's Willie Lawrence leading. Scott Jackson right with him as they come down for the checkered flag. He's moving around behind him. He pulls out, gets almost alongside, but the rookie takes it. Willie Lawrence takes the win in Irish Legends. Great stuff. What a drive from Scott Jackson in second place. Fastest lap once again, 2:18.779. Good drive from Owen Lawler to complete the podium in third place, and Declan Burke right there too. And next up is Derek Hogan. Then Richard Spence. And Yamamoto. And then it looks like Bergen and Barrable on the run to the line. Bergen just holding off Barrable there. I didn't expect to see Peter Barrable finish that far down, but whatever the issue is, I'm sure they will fix that one before the big race for the Jack Toohey Trophy later on. Lee Malone crosses the line, and then Seamus Ryan, who I had tipped for glory in that one, he was very impressive in race 1. He gets to the line now, not revving the car at all. Obviously a problem with that one, but Seamus Ryan always very quick. So we'll have a go and see what happens next time they are out on track. But the top 3 in that one: Willie Lawrence, Scott Jackson and Owen Lawler. So here we are down in the pit lane, and what we're doing is the Formula V's are going out for the Leinster Trophy. Mark Quinlan is having fish and chips. I think he's having here nuggets and chips. How's that, Mark? Is it good, yeah? Nice.
Very good.
Moto Cafe, so taking a quick break, everybody grabbing time, and we're just going to head out onto the grid because this is the race for the Leinster Trophy. This is the big one that everybody's talking about, and Formula V's get the honour of racing for the trophy. There's the trophy. The Leinster Motor Club guys have brought it down. Incredible piece of Irish motor racing history this is, and some superb names. And so what's basically going to happen is Irish club racers are going to get a chance to put their name on this incredible trophy. You get a shot of Michelle Moran from Formula Vee lying on the ground there. That'll get her on the live stream there. So good stuff. I don't think I'm on PA. Okay, great stuff. We're live on the stream. So what's basically going to happen is we've got some of the best single-seater drivers in the country here. Gavin Buckley, apart from the spin this morning. Gavin, what's the story there? Did you get grief over that?
Oh, of course, lots of stick, particularly from Adam, who sort of wanted to use a lot of expletives apparently up in the commentary box.
He did. He goes. It was almost like a banshee squeal when you went around. You're not going to do it twice, are you? It's education if you do it once. It's a mistake if you do it twice. And this is the guy everybody's talking about in Irish Formula V. This is young Doherty, and he's been doing all the winning this year, and he's already wrapped up the championship. Wouldn't it be lovely for a young driver like yourself to win, Ronan, the Leinster Trophy?
Yeah, it would be amazing to pick up the silverware, but it's Formula V and it's Leinster Trophy weekend, so anything can happen. But yeah, look, just try and get a good launch, and we'll do our best with good pace.
Great stuff, very flashy looking interior. It's moved on a long time since I raced Formula V, so look at that grid. Now, David Shane brought this class into Ireland. We've got, we're remembering something else we'll go on to in a minute, but David Shane brought Formula V to Ireland in the late 70s, and it just grew and grew and grew. It was a brilliant idea. It was a step below Formula Ford. It was an accessible single-seater entry class. And look, that's a legacy of David Shane if you look down that grid. Other people, Paul Heavey is here today, have built cars as well, and it's just been great times. Now, we're remembering a man that is very much missed in Irish motorsport. Mick Merrigan passed away recently, and we're taking this opportunity. It just fits because Mick was a massive fan of everything in Irish motorsport. He was a race driver, he was a team owner, he was a mentor, he was an advisor, he was a promoter. He did everything for everybody, and he is sorely, sorely missed. And all these people coming onto the grid are family and friends. And you can see they have his pit board there. So Trevor has ushered them down. They're in a suite up the road. We also got Liam and Mary Shanahan here, Neil Shanahan's parents. And those families, as we said earlier, will always be linked from what happened there. But many, many friends of Mick Merrigan, lifetime friends. We can see them coming down. There's Michael Cullen, Rob McGovern, many, many more. So we're just getting a shot of them here. So great. The pit board's out. Catherine. Catherine, you said to me earlier that it was going to rain and then Mick was going to make the rain go away. The rain's gone away.
Dad has made this possible today. I knew he wouldn't let us down. He didn't like the heat, so he made sure the thunder and the lightning happened earlier today. I just want to really thank everybody here in Mondello, particularly Leo and Michael Cullen, for making this happen today. We are broken-hearted since our dad passed, and this is a very difficult day to be here, but he would be beaming with pride because he loved Mondello, he loved Formula V racing, he was a champion and a friend and a mentor to so many, and last year was the first year in over 50 years that he couldn't attend Mondello due to his illness. So we're here today to bring him back here, to bring him home, and I'd really appreciate if everyone, there's a little butterfly has just gone past me, taking this time out for my dad today. Thanks.
I'm going to lose my job if you keep talking. If we ever need a commentator,
I have to give to the gab like my dad.
Brilliant. And it's wonderful to have you back at Mondello Park. I know it's been a long time for you guys. To the Shanahans, you're always welcome at Mondello Park. Great history here as well. All the rest of your friends, family, it's great to have you here. This is a picture of Mick Merrigan that's been presented to us by the family, and it's going to go up in the commentary box. It's going up on the wall, so Mick can keep an eye on us all, and I have to watch my language in commentary and be a lot more polite than I would have been before, because he'd pick you up on stuff like that. His famous pit board with Motorsport and P1 on it. That P1 looks like it's been there forever. So great tribute, and this just fits. It wasn't my idea. Michael Cullen rang me, put me in touch with Catherine. We became buddies immediately, and you came down, as did Liam, during the week, and we just planned what we were going to do. It fits because Mick was an absolute gent. He was just a lovely guy, intrinsically involved in Irish motorsport. He helped so many people. I've spoken to people who raced, who he gave incredible encouragement to, and no one knew anything about it. He helped people. He helped Jordan Dempsey. Anyone that went away, any Irish drivers away, he helped them. He was the first ever Formula V champion. He was the first ever Works Shane driver, because David Shane gave him a chassis to race, and he presented the car, Sean Graham's sponsorship, and he was always very, very professional, worked very hard, moved into Formula Ford, set up the Motorsport team, and just an absolutely great guy. I think the best description of him is a lovely man. So I think if everybody in the grandstand, in the paddock, pit lane, and here will just join me in a minute's silence so we can have a look at the grid before they race for this famous Leinster Trophy. Let's just remember Mick. We always finish these earlier than a minute, don't we? Let's give Mick a round of applause. I think that might be more fitting if we gave Mick a big cheer and a round of applause for Mick. Everybody down here. This is great to see. Thank you, even the drivers. Thank you all very much. To the Merrigan family, you're welcome here anytime at all. We're actually delighted to have you here. You need to stop thanking us. We're thanking you and we're thanking Mick today. So now we're going to have absolutely cracking motor racing. The closest and the biggest single-seater class are going to race for the most famous trophy in Irish motorsport, the Leinster Trophy. 3 world champions, Hawthorne, I'm going to forget them now, aren't I? Who are they? Hawthorne, Senna and Mika Hakkinen are the names that are on it. But one of these guys, look down the grid and one of these guys is going to get their name on that trophy. It's an incredible opportunity. Leinster Motor Club, ICCR, everybody involved have done a great job. It's wonderful to see Mick's family and friends here. So let's leg it towards somewhere where we can watch this race and enjoy what's going to happen. See some top line single-seater action here at Mondello Park, and I'll climb that flight of stairs. I'm certainly going to get my steps in today anyway. I've been up and down loads of times. Trevor, thanks very much. Trevor's been ushering the family round. PJ Fallon's there with us as well. Loads of people that raced when we saw Mark McKenna was here, Derek Keneally, loads of old racers down here today, so it's absolutely fantastic. Let's just grab Adam McCauley for a second. Adam, did you have a go at him there after that spin in race 1, did you?
I wasn't too hard on him, you know. He was hard enough on himself, so he's got pole for this one, so let's see if he can make amends.
Yeah.
He won't be thinking about yet earlier if he wins it now. So.
Brilliant. Are you coming up to us for a bit of commentary? Great stuff. Multiple Formula Vee champion, a danger man. If he can get through this gap at all, it'll be very hard to get by him. Cross, Newsom, big Formula Vee names. Colin Blackburn gives us highly entertaining. We better start moving, but he gives us highly entertaining racing. Watch out for him, 27 in the blue Leastone. Tim Murray, team owner, back in the car and has qualified well. You can keep going back there. Mark Reid, a feisty racer, loads more. Stephen Moran's back on the grid. So this is going to be an absolute cracker of a race. I'm going to get back upstairs and do a bit of commentary. Adam's going to give me a hand. So thanks very much, guys, and well done to everybody involved. Well, I'm a little bit out of breath after running up. I think so is Adam. But we haven't got time to catch our breath, Adam, because it's Formula Vee time, it's Leinster Trophy time. I don't know if you remember, but I certainly do. When I raced the 2 big weekends of the year, the 2 exciting weekends of the year with the Leinster Trophy and the Phoenix Park, one is gone, one stays on.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was the same actually when I started. I only did the park once, the first year I started racing. But yeah, this is we haven't raced for this trophy in 12, 13 years now. So it's a big deal. I can see it around the paddock. I can see the nerves there before this race. You can see the tension, like that. You always get that, but like I can see everybody's extra tense for this race. Even feeling a bit nervous myself. There's definitely an extra edge to it because you know all the guys in V's, like they're all clubmen. You know, none of them are ever going to be F1 drivers. Don't tell them I said that. But you know, to win something like this, get your name in that trophy. You know, you'll be telling your grandkids about it for years and years and years. You know, so yeah, no, it's a big deal. And you know, you don't get to race for it every year. It's not like a perpetual cup that you do every year. You know, so it's extra special when you get to race for it. So it's great. I think we're very grateful to the Leinster Motor Club for awarding it to us this season, and I just hope the lads put on a good display for it now. You know, there's been some good races this year, and there's 5-6 guys here really genuinely could win it, especially in these conditions. I think it's slightly drier than it was for the first race, but it's still not fully dry. So it's going to be tricky. You know, it's going to be dry online, wet offline. The lads are going to have to improvise. And it's going to be an interesting race for sure. I think we've 25, 26 cars in the grid, so hopefully everyone gets to the finish, something like that. Yeah, we had 27 entered. Unfortunately, Dan Polly had to kind of pull out last minute, but everyone's made it through. You know, any class you go through a weekend, there's problems in testing, problems in qualifying, problems in the. So everybody seems to have gotten through the weekend. So everyone that entered is here on the grid for the race. So. Yeah, that's great. It's great to see a big field of V's. You know, we've been working hard at it over the last few years, and it's picking up. You know, so it's great to have numbers in the 20s again regularly. I suppose all the classes are to an extent as well. But here we are now. I'm going to pass back over to you for the start.
Just reminded me, you know, when the V guys get a chance to race, I remember I had a couple of V's, I used to rent them out, and a mate of mine, Gareth Fair, was quite the man for the ladies, and he used to bring his racing license to the nightclub back in the day, and he came second in the C race, and he said, I came second in the Leinster Trophy. That's the one Senna won, you know. He used to tell, it was quite a successful line back in the day, but then life was different back then. Well, Gavin Buckley not really up to his marks there, is he? I've been saying that a lot, and it's highly critical. I shouldn't really say that because we can see it, but in a car you can't really see it, yeah. But that's going to give Doherty a slight advantage if he can get off the line. Now, he got a very bad start this morning in the first race. Young Ronan Doherty on the outside, the front row. Buckley with a little bit of, dare I say it? Oh dear, yeah. Could be in bother, but he gets an actual rocket off the line there, and he leads heading down towards turn 1. Doherty goes with him side to side, and look at that great of Formula V's. Mick Merrigan would love to be watching this. Newsom sticks it down the inside of Doherty, who leaves the door open down at turn 1. And can he make it stick, or will Doherty stay there for turn 2? I think Doherty might stay there for Campion. We're all clear through turn 1, Adam.
Yeah, everybody through. Yeah, it's side by side turn 3. Doherty's got the inside line from Newsom. Buckley in the lead. Cross right up behind the two boys, and Newsom's going right around the outside. Oh, slippy there. Oh, just kept 2 wheels on there. It was very close there from Newsom. Well held. So he's got the cut back on Doherty now as they come up out of turn 3. Still Buckley that leads. We've got Doherty defending the inside line. Newsom on his outside. Cross right behind Newsom. Blackburn trying up the inside. Oh, that's a late move from. I think Cross was asleep there. And I think Colm just picked his pocket. Colm's great on the first lap of the race, and he just picked Anthony's pocket there. He wasn't. He was too busy looking at what he was, shaping up with Lee. Just didn't have a look at his mirror there before he got on the brakes. It looks slippy out there. Actually, they're all wiggling around. It looks slippy out through Parabolica there. We'll see now as they get down to Tarzan. Gavin just trying to break the toe there. Steady on the brakes from Buckley. Makes his apex. Clip of the curb there from Doherty, so he's actually reeled Buckley in the brakes there. And we've got Blackburn there just having a look at Newsom there out of Tarzan 2. I think Newsom seemed to be struggling in the slippery conditions there. Oh, tagged! He's held it. He just clipped the back of Buckley's car there. He lost the place. He tried an ambitious move up the inside there into the S's. It's not a corner really where you can. And Blackburn again up the inside. Doherty tries to cut back. Yeah. And we'll see how they go through paddock there now. So it's Buckley from Newsom, Blackburn, Doherty, Cross, and then we've got Mark Reed. Oh, a late lunge there from Colin Blackburn. Fabulous move there. Again, he caught them napping. So that's Blackburn up to second place now. And Newsom right under the gearbox. Pulls wide as they go across the line. Down to turn 1. Side by side here. So Newsom decides not to try and hang around. We have a spinner. That's Jonathan Mannix, I think, is spun there. Somewhere at Parabolica, is it? Can't quite see where it is. See, can you get it started? The exit of Honda, yeah. He has to just, I can see it looks like it's running again. It looks like he has it started. Oh, Blackburn's in the gravel! He missed that, we'd cut. So Blackburn in the gravel out in turn 3. I'd imagine it looks like he tried an outside move there. Didn't quite see what happened there. Oh, and Doherty sideways over the curb there. Oh, look, red flag, we have a red flag. So that might have been a blessing in disguise here now for Colin. Will he get back again now with the red flag, or do you have to be running when it comes out? I'm not sure the regs, yeah. That's where my area of expertise ends, for sure. Hopefully now he can get back going again. It'll go back to the start of the previous lap, won't it? It depends if they caused or did they pull the red flag for him, or was it for Jonathan Mannix? It looks like it was probably Mannix. Hello, Mannix, has he got going again? I don't see Mannix there. Oh yeah, so he must be just parked up. Oh, he is going, yeah, Jonathan Mannix is good, so hopefully this won't be too long a delay. Let's see if they've got Colin going out of the gravel trap turn 3, wasn't it, for Colin? I think it was turn 3. Yeah, he's the best driver on the grid in the first lap, Colin. You really just, like, he just goes for everything, but he's not reckless, like, you know, he just goes for everything. He's switched on, and really he's won races this year where it probably wasn't it. Okay, we're going to get a replay now of the incident, I think, with Colin Blackburn down turn 3. So here we go. So Colin, he was just carried a lot of speed in there now, just trying to close to the back of Buckley. He just lost the back of it. Yeah, it was all on his own, actually. Just pushing. The V's go, probably a lot of the same with other cars, but V's go very light on that kink into turn 3. You kind of have to get on the throttle to settle the car down after you turn into it, but it's hard to do that in these kind of conditions. You can't really put the throttle on, so it's just like he was up in his tippy toes there as he went in, and she just, as well, once you get a slide off the throttle, an off throttle slide in the wet, like, it's such a hard thing to catch. You know, you just kind of can be a passenger sometimes. So it's unlucky for Colin there. So it's gone. It looks like they've really gridded it back to Doherty on the front row with Buckley. We've got Cross third. So they've gone back to the original grid. Original grid formation, yeah. So back to the original grid for the lads. Don't think was the first lap completed. We didn't complete it for the first lap. Or we did. We were just starting the second lap. Yeah. We didn't see what. So it's going to be a 10-minute race now for the trophy. You're always just anxious here now that everybody starts up again when they get the green flag lap going. I suppose it's the same with a lot of classes, but these V's, they don't like to start sometimes when they get hot. You know, we don't run alternators in the meter, probably the same as a lot of racing cars. So you just hope that at first that everyone switch the car off and then everyone starts up again for them when they need it. Yeah. So this is all going to, as this delay, the track's getting drier and drier as we go here. You can see down turn 1 there, it looks almost fully dry down there. Did look on the camera there, turn 3 looked really slippery, or not turn 3, Parabolica looked very slippery. Just on the first lap, the lads seem to be very ginger out of there. And I think 7A and B tends to stay wet longer, doesn't it, than the rest of the track? I think the water sort of runs down there. But the national part, let's say, doesn't look too bad. Turn 4 is greasy there as well. But like, you look at Dunlop there now from here, and there is a wet patch at the outside, but it looks more or less dry. Turn 1 looks more or less dry as well. The longer this stop is the drier it's going to get. So some lads will be on dry settings, hoping it keeps getting drier, and the lads on wet settings wanting to get going again. I thought it was a close one now. I would be biased, but I thought he was stopped when the lights went out. Okay, looks like we're good to go again for the formation lap. Got a yellow flag there. Is there a car, somebody not starting, or are we good? Yeah, it is actually. It's very smoky now. He just started, so it could just be dirty. Well, he had that big slide actually, didn't he? Up out of turn 4, put a wheel on the dirt there. We've one car stuck in the grid there now. Shepherd, I think, is it? Or no, it's Fergal Begley, is it? We got a jump started here now. Yeah, it's going again. That's great. Yeah, so I don't know do you know what the regs are now? To see the rules, I suppose that's the COC decision. I'm not sure what the rules are now regarding that he wasn't running at the time of the red flag. There was 2 cars not running at the time of the red flag, so on a restart, I know you don't get classified. I think if there's a red flag and the race doesn't restart, I think you have to be running under your own steam usually, and then so he'd probably be able to take his original grid position back then, yeah. So it means the first grid is irrelevant. Yeah, he had Stephen Kershaw helping him this weekend actually. So Stephen actually ran him to the championship in 2017, but he's sort of flying solo this year, Colin, running himself, but he's got the band back together for the Leinster Trophy weekend. So yeah, he's having a decent weekend. Probably not overly happy by his own standards, but he had a great first lap there. So if he repeats that again, he could be in the lead. Colin has caught the back of the pack there now, so I'm not sure, does he allowed to take his original position, or does he have to start from the last grid spot? Yeah, no, he's going to take his grid spot back, that's for sure. I suppose, like you said, if the first race if the first start is null and void because the original grid positions, then I guess he's fully entitled to, isn't he? Yep. Same should go for the jump start penalty as well, I think. Then slapping the wrist over it, hopefully. So I think he's taken his slap properly this time, has he? Not quite, but close enough. He's okay there. Don't move it, Gavin.
Ready to go, and Doherty looked like he was the man with the pace. He just needs to calm it back a little bit. He's only young, and that lunge, he probably didn't need to make that again. Oh, dare I say it, but the front row not exactly still there before we got going. But they all start at the same time. And Buckley gets a cracker. Blackburn gets another good start. And he's fourth, heading down towards turn 1. Watch out for some more moves from him. But it's Buckley from Doherty, from Newsom, from Blackburn, Cross, Reid round the outside ahead of Murray. He's got by him, so Tim Murray back in place as they head towards Campion Corner and stream through. Great grid of Formula V's heading down here. This is a big one. Second place is no good here. This is the Leinster Trophy, so maybe Doherty has got the right mindset. Maybe you need to be a little bit impetuous here. Just certainly doesn't want to let Gavin Buckley get away. Still a little bit slippery there by the look of it. They all went different directions on the brakes, yeah. And in fact, Reid's car moving around quite a lot down there. That's, who do we say that was? Hall, is it? Mark Shepherd it is. Okay, great. So he's getting a chance to rejoin. 44. Here we go. Buckley's got a bit of a lead, a car length or two, and already looking a little bit racy. I think it's Blackburn there. He looked like, and there's contact. Two cars. Oh, and a car going over a couple of times, but it's back on its facing the right direction. So a pretty heavy impact there. But the driver should be absolutely fine. I think they might be whistling a wheel or two. That was an avoidance incident. That's going to definitely give us a red flag. We'll get 3 Leinster Trophy races in one day if this keeps up. But right at a marshal's post, which is exactly where you want to get off. The medical car's already there. It's a great idea that we use one of the BMW Ireland cars to follow the pack round just for the first lap. So the doctor gets a high-speed spin, and he's right with you if something goes wrong. But I suspect that driver will be absolutely fine. The car went over and straight back onto its wheels. Well, it doesn't have any wheels, but if it did have, it would be back on its wheels. It's on its belly, as you'd say, yeah. So they've got to do it again. It's got to be hard on your nerves a little bit, because no matter how wizened and experienced you are, there's no red flag, just there is a red flag. And no matter how experienced you are, Adam, you're going to grip the steering wheel a little bit tighter on the warm-up lap of the Leinster Trophy. This one means an awful lot.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, absolutely. And then when you have these red flags, you start getting nervous. You start thinking about me personally, I'm thinking, I'm going to stop in the grid now. Is the car going to start? You know, this kind of stuff of did I put enough petrol in it? Or you know, they're the kind of things that start going through your head. And it starts to get hot in the car. You stay strapped in. It gets hot. And, you know, single-seater racing car in general, they're pretty claustrophobic places. So it's not great. There was nothing. I used to hate having to wait in the grid, or wait in the car. But there's nothing you can do, unfortunately. These things happen. I can see the medical crew there and the rescue team with the drivers. I think it was Eamon Thornton. So fingers crossed everything's okay there. I think Kieran Hannon as well. It was Kieran that spun, I think, or was it Jer? I'm not sure actually. Yeah. Yeah, he just turned to. Yeah, so it's Kieran Hannon. It's Kieran spun coming out of turn 4, and then it sort of scattered the field because he spun right in the middle of the track, and everybody went left and right. And we see that he's out of the car there now. Great news. So the car's not looking great, but he's looking okay. No, that's great to see. And Kieran Hannon's out of the car there as well. I don't think Kieran had a big shunt. I don't know if he even hit the bank. I'm not sure. I think he just pulled over. So we're going to get a replay here of it now. Yeah, he's out of the car, helmet off, standing on his own 2 feet. Yeah, see Johnny Hollywood there. He's on the rescue today. He's a V racer. Actually had his own big shunt the last time we were out in Anglesey. Here we go, the replay. So yeah, Kieran Hannon and Andy Keogh. And did they touch? Not quite. Oh, they touch, yeah. We're just going to see now as it unfolds. Yeah, I think they just touch wheels. Yeah, they just touch wheels. Andy Keogh and Kieran Hannon touch wheels, and they spin right in front of it. There was nothing Eamon Thornton could do there. And he actually did well to get away, and then Kieran just kept going off to the left, and he went into the bank. It was a fair old thump, and he went over a couple of times, and then back onto his wheels again. I don't think Kieran just had a little bit light contact with Andy Keogh, so everybody was okay. So it's just that, coming together, just basically banked wheels, just on the straight. It was kind of a fairly unusual accident. It's not something you'd see very often in any of the classes there. You're kind of on a straight there. But I think that's just your classic racing incident, isn't it? So I think looks like there's a bit of clean up to do on the track there as well. Just a bit of clay and soil kind of dragged out onto the track, so they'll be sweeping that up, and then yeah. I think Kieran's going to try and restart his car. I think. Oh, he's been towed. Yeah, he's been towed in. So he must have maybe just gone into the bank then, gently. But no, they're tough cars. Both the Shanes and the Leastones, they're well made, they're strong, you know. Space frame chassis. Fortunately, it's one of the things you do see in single-seater racing. Open wheel cars, when you get wheels like that, you can clash wheels and cars can get launched, but everything seems to be okay.
So just while this is being all swept up and being brought back and the cars being regraded, we'll probably have another warm-up lap and a restart. We are going to have 8 minutes plus one warm-up lap, an 8-minute race on the original grid formation, or what's left of it. So while that is being sorted out, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Square left onto the out. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Rev it up, rev it up. George, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it left, keep it left, keep it left. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Continental Tires, Irish Compact Car of the Year 2023. Speaks for itself. The new Opel Astra.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating auto test challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack. So welcome back, just in the right time. There's Adam, straight down from the commentary box out to Gavin Buckley, his man, who's running on the front row of the grid. So hopefully they'll all stay still this time. They're certainly being watched in terms of jump starts, the front row. Got to be so careful with that, but it's, you know, tensions rise. It's a big race. It's a one-off. As we said earlier, second place doesn't really matter here. It's all about first place. And in Formula Vee, you select second gear. They never use first. So over to you and back, and then loads of revs and dump the clutch. And the cars are pretty well set up. They squat and go. As soon as you get them running at all, moving forward at all, straight across and into third gear. And if you're on the front row, from memory, you might make it to the first corner in third. The rest of the grid, starting further back, will need fourth gear before the first corner. After that, it's just third and fourth. Almost like a 2-speed gearbox, but there's plenty more to do in there because they move around quite a lot. There we go, warm-up lap. Delaney's car once again leaving a big cloud of smoke on the grid as he heads away. Glad to report that everybody's absolutely fine. The cars are back in Parc Ferme and the drivers are fine, so all good. A little bit rough looking to watch it, but certainly everything's fine. As Adam said, the car is very well built, the Shane's and Leastone chassis. It did look a bit naked without its wheels, but they're designed like any other single-seater. They're designed to lose wheels and linkages and all sorts of bits as they roll. A chassis always stays intact, and you rarely get a driver hurt. In fact, I don't think I remember when one was, and we have seen some high-speed shunts over the years, particularly at Bishop's Court, but drivers almost always absolutely fine. So Gavin Buckley leads this one round. New livery on the car, looking very sharp. Ronan Doherty alongside him. It's a rented car for this year. It's Jimmy Furlong's car, I think. They might be building him a car. His dad is Damien Doherty. He was a top Formula Vee racer. He also runs the Formula Ford team, but he builds most of the, well, a lot of the engines on this grid. He's a very meticulous engine builder. And Ronan maintains that his engine is not the strongest engine that his father has built. Very unhappy about that. But there's obviously nothing wrong with it. He's well able to steer. He's very well known to us from sim racing. He's a top sim racer, and that does make a difference. So is Dave McGuire that you saw in Zetecs. So is Harry McGovern, Sean McGovern. Before they sat in a racing car, they'd done a lot of work on the sims, and that's something you really need to do, is start using one of them, not just to learn tracks, but to learn about setup and how it changes cars and a little bit of racecraft. And Mondello have a bank of sims down here in the Virtual Race Academy. You can book that online as well. But a lot of these guys have them, or they get used to them, or they share them. And there's still some Dave Parks and Rob Parks, I think, runs a league where they race on Tuesday or Wednesday nights during the week. And they've had some of the Grand Prix drivers. I think Albon or somebody joined in one of the nights and surprised them all, and it was actually him. So a lot of the Grand Prix drivers join in these different championships around the world online just to keep themselves sharp. So Ronan Doherty, one of those top sim racers. Then Anthony Cross, haven't spoken much about him. He's won, how many championships has he won, Adam? 8, 7, 6? 5. Michelle is saying 5 in a row. the drive for 5. So he's 5 times race champion in a row. Very, very good at counting points and winning championships. Newsom as well, very strong. Blackburn, we don't have to sell to you. You've seen him in action around that lap 1. He just sliced his way towards the front. Timmy Murray's dropped back on both of the starts. I don't know if he can't get off the line or what's happening, because Mark Reed, who's another hard racer, will slice his way by a few people as well. He's made good first laps. See Colin Lewis in the middle of there. There's a man who loves his motorsport, Colin Lewis. His late dad, Fred, Colin was going through some of his stuff and he was showing me he has Mondello Park stickers from 1980 and a members car park sticker from 1981 unused. And back then you used to get, I remember them being so excited, you used to get stickers with all the dates, and some of them had 12 race meetings per year on them. Imagine that.
That's a lot of race meetings, yeah, for Genie, yeah. Wow. So yeah, we're just taking the drivers taking the grid here now. So they're all just stopping there, putting the car in second gear, making sure they're in second gear, getting a bit of heat in their tires. So you're off the line. We have to run the Beetle variant gearbox at a fixed ratios. So first gear is very, very, very short. You would hardly even use the drive around the paddock. So it's really only a 3-speed box in reality for us. Off the line in second, and then I think third and fourth. Once you're moving, you don't use second gear. You don't use second gear around here. So yeah, that's probably about it. 5-second board. Lights out. Great start from Darty that time. Not such a good one from Buckley. Blackburn another good start. We're down into turn 1. It's Darty from Buckley. Blackburn looking up the inside and Newsom. Does he get the job done? He just runs Newsom a little bit wide there, but yeah, so he's up the third. Newsom fourth. So yeah, great start from Darty this time. Not such a good one from Buckley. I think he was conscious that he didn't jump the start again. That might have just been playing up in his mind a bit. So it still looks slippery down turn 3 there. They're all quite ginger down there. Look, you can see the nose of Newsom's car just twitching there. Definitely not fully dry down there. So we'll see now as we come down into turn 4. So it's still as you were. We've got a move there. So it's Buckley having a look at the outside. He's making Darty defend into Parabolica. So we see if he gets the cutback now. Oil flag there. So Buckley's out wide. Darty's in tight, so it's a bit of a drag race down here. And see if he get the job done before the braking zone. It's not quite far enough up, so now we're going to have Blackburn's going to look. Oh, Blackburn and Buckley have collided. That was an ambitious move there on the brakes from Blackburn, and Buckley's round. So hopefully he gets through unscathed. And they're going again, so it's Blackburn up to second, Newsom third, Cross fourth. Then we've got Mark Reed fifth, and Tim then in sixth, and then Trevor Delaney. So let's just see. That's unfortunate for Buckley there now. He was seeing a bit of an ambitious lunge there on first inspection, but a handy lead for Darty there now. And we've got Tim Murray. Anthony Cross gone missing. A wild move from Tim Murray there. Now what he left, right, left on the brakes. Mark Reed holding him and Trevor Delaney up. So yeah, we're obviously Gavin Buckley's dropped right down. We're missing Anthony Cross as well. I don't know where Anthony Cross has gone. He's down pit lane. So Anthony Cross is in the pit lane. So that's a bit of a disaster for Anthony's championship now. Whatever happened there to him. Does he have a misfire or something like that? Yeah, he's getting out of the car. So unfortunately, Anthony's day's done. We've got some aggressive defending there from Tim, holding Trevor Delaney back. Almost a touch there. So fastest lap of the race there, 2:04, the first flying lap from Ronan Darty. Colin Blackburn, 1.5 seconds behind as he crossed the line, and Lee Newsom another further second back. So if we just get back onto the leaders here now, they should be coming out of Parabolica. So it's a decent leader. You notice Ronan's still taking that kind of wet line he was taking this morning. So it must be still slippery down there. He's hugging the inside of Parabolica all the way through. So everybody else is sort of taking the conventional dry line there now. But Ronan still seems to think that that's the grippier part of the track to be trying it. So Still as you are there now, from Mark Reed, from Tim Murray, from Trevor Delaney. So that's a battle. It's going to be hard work. And we've got Tim pulling out of the slipstream there. No, not close enough. So, yeah, he seems to be. And it's his first race now in a long time. He hasn't been out in the car in a good while, so he's probably just a little bit rusty. But he's trying different lines too. Him and Ronan, they seem to be Tim's a big karter, isn't he? He runs karts and stuff, so he'd be well aware of like karting lines and things like that in the wet. So he does seem to be trying different things. Looks like Newsom now closing up on Blackburn a little bit here. Let's see what he crossed the line here now. Delaney down the inside of Tim. And they cross the line there now, and 1:57.6. So and Colin got past Newsom there, has he? Or was he already? He already was ahead of him, was he? So it's Doherty from Blackburn, from Newsom, from Reed. So the top two lads are in the 57s. Everybody else is sort of 58, 59. Buckley's making his way back up through the grid. I can't see where he is there now. He's up in front of Colm O'Loughlin. So he's up in 13th now. Don't think his transponder picked up there last time around by the looks of it, Gavin's. Oh, and Doherty slowed. He's pulled in. Looks like he's had an issue there. Doherty's pulled in down into turn 4. Disaster. So Blackburn in the lead from Newsom, and Mark Reed be up on the podium places now. So that's a disaster now. That's huge. Whatever about the Leinster Trophy, it's huge implications for the championship. That does. He was second in the championship, and he closed the gap right down to Newsom in the last race with the win. So something's gone wrong in his car there now. So we've Blackburn in the lead from 5th on the grid, from Newsom. We'll be interested to see now. Will Lee be thinking of the championship, or will he just be pushing on? Blackburn's got to push because he might need a cushion to second place come the end of the race. We'll see how that pans out. But Newsom definitely looks to be catching them there now. So Newsom definitely looks he's closed the gap. We'll see now. I'm not quite. It was 1.5 seconds or 1.4 as they crossed the line the last time around. We'll see as they cross. Now still 1.4. So they both matched each other there the last lap. Newsom both in the high 57s. So still not dry times yet. They're still sort of 3 seconds off what they'd be doing in the dry. So we'll see now. Yeah, Buckley's up to 12th. 57.4 for Gavin. So actually fastest lap of the race for Gavin. There won't be much consolation from him. We still have a real battle here between Mark Reed, Tim Murray, and Trevor Delaney. So Tim Murray's got back past Trevor Delaney, and he's really closing. I think Mark looks a little bit tentative down to turn 3 there. Tim's quite confident on the brakes there in that car. Moving around a lot. He seems to be trying a lot of different things. We'll just see now as they come out of Parabolica. So Delaney has a run on Tim Murray here now. That inside line does look to be a little bit better. See, Trevor Delaney's made use of it there. Guys running very close together. Late on the brakes from Tim. But I don't think he's going to quite make it stick. Oh, great driving there from the two guys there. Very brave there. Tim hung it right around the outside. And to be fair to Trevor, he left him room. They left each other room. They both live to fight another day. So we'll see here now, we touch and go if the lads cross the line before the... He does seem to be closing the gap all right. For 10 seconds, we'll see. So it's checkered flag, so it's Colin Blackburn from Lee Newsom. No checkered, we've one more lap. He just made it across. So the gap seems to be the same there between Newsom and Blackburn. In fact, Colin's probably pulled a couple of tenths on him there, if anything. So there's one One more lap here. Got a loose nose cone there for Robert Fleming. Didn't see what happened there. So we're coming down into Tarzan now. Last time around, still Blackburn. Has Tim Murray gone missing, or has he got past Mark Reed? I can't quite see there. It's Mark Reed from Trevor Delaney. Looks like Tim might have gone missing. I think we missed that. Didn't see what happened there. So it's podium place for Mark Reed. And Trevor's putting them under pressure. Two hard racers here. As we come up to the last sequence of corners, I can't see where Tim Murray's gone. He's surely not that far ahead of them. He must have had a problem. Or a spin. Can't see who's behind. You don't see him there. So we've checkered flag here now. So it's going to be Colin Blackburn from Lee Newsom. And now we've a battle right down here to the last corner. Trevor Lane tries right around the outside of Mark Reed, closes the door, no thanks. And that's going to be third place for Mark Reed. Finishes the podium from Trevor Delaney. And we've Gavin Buckley on a last lap charge now, trying to get as far up as he can. He's just closed in on Ger Byrne, but I think Ger's going to just hold him off. Yeah, so 5th place for Ger Byrne, 6th place for Gavin Buckley. And fastest lap won't be much of a consolation for him there now, but I suppose that's motor racing. And Tim's crawling there now. Look, Tim Murray limping across the line, so he must have lost a couple of cylinders there, Tim.
So thanks very much to Adam McCauley. Great stuff from Formula Vee. What a win for Colin Blackburn. Really, that the first lap of the first race start. He did get a second chance, of course. He was in the gravel early on, but he's one of the best racers in the paddock, Colin Blackburn. To win a Formula Vee race, you've got to be at the top of your game. There are 4 or 5 really sharp drivers up the front there. Your heart's got to go out a little bit to poor Ronan Doherty, who was looking very, very strong. Car just ground to a halt. It would have been a dream result for him, the young driver who everybody's talking about. But Blackburn has had some great overtakes. He's brilliant in traffic. He's plenty quick. And it was just lovely to see Stephen Kershaw down there, 2 hands in the air on the pit wall, just cheering his man on. As Adam said, they won a title together a few years ago. This year, Blackburn is back with his old car he bought back from Donald Downey. And he was running it himself all year. It's still doing well. But Stephen Kershaw back on board this time round for the Leinster Trophy meeting. And what a result for those guys. Well done to them. I know how hard all these guys work on the car, but Colin Blackburn, a deserving winner and another name on the famous Leinster Trophy. Lee Newsom kept him honest, but was 4.2 seconds back at the end. Mark Reed, we expected a tigering drive from Mark Reed and we got it. Trevor Delaney right in there too. Then Ger Byrne, good one from Ger. Andy Keogh, James Shepherd, Gavin Buckley, Colin Lewis 9th and Robert Fleming 10th. They can all say they got a top 10 in the Leinster Trophy, but the happiest man in the paddock today is surely going to be Colin Blackburn. So as we said earlier, the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs are next up, and they have a capacity grid, don't they? This is the biggest grid we've seen this year in Fiesta STs. Great to see it out for this biggest race meeting of the year at Mondello Park, the Leinster Trophy meeting. Shane McBride, the class returnee, the Dog Man, will start on pole position, and this one with Roy White, the rally man, alongside. Then it's Victor Cullen in third place, Darragh McMullen in fourth, Michael Cullen in fifth, and Max Turley, who won race one at a canter, in sixth. Then it's Gordon Kellett, who drove superbly this morning, Trevor Farrar, Sylvie Bartlett. Cian O'Brien will be keen to redress the situation. He was leading the championship this morning. I haven't done the maths, but I'd suggest that he may have lost that championship lead, but he'll be keen to get his way back towards the front. A very quick driver, as we said. He's just won the Kyrgyzstan Mini Championship, and he's normally right at the front. Chris Jones, John Elliff, Christopher Grimes Jr., David Kidd, Tim McQuaid, Wayne Laverick, Gary Lynch, and Christopher Grimes Sr. 18 cars on the grid for race 2. There they go. Bartlett, O'Brien, Jones, Elliff in that beautifully liveried car. You want sunglasses to look at it? Junior, Kidd, Tim McQuaid, the newbie, going nicely. Here they are down at turn 1. They changed from Yokohama to Nankang tyres this year, used by a lot of the UK classes as well. Initially a little bit slower than the Yokohamas, but I don't think there's a whole lot of difference in the lap times now. They're saying in the STs especially, they had to change setup quite a lot. They've got a harder sidewall, and their characteristics are quite different to the Yokohama tyres. Shane McBride throwing the car around, trying to get a bit of heat into the rears. Michael Cullen and Max Turley on row 3. Watch out for them. They've had a bit of previous. Both very, very quick, both hard saloon car racers. One young and one experienced, and probably not so young. The weather looking good for the remainder of this meeting. We're reducing all the races to 10 minutes to get them finished, we're told. So this is just a 10-minute race and not 15. So the ST's racing for the O'Reilly Trophy. Do I have it up here, or is it? Here it is, the O'Reilly Trophy, right in front of me. August 1934, first presented. Really impressive bit of kit. Some names back as far as 1972: Harry Atchison, Eddie Regan, Tom O'Leary, David Lamb, Eddie Jordan. Eddie Jordan won this trophy in 1977. Ken Files in 78. Trying to read some more names from it. Big gap, so it wasn't presented for it. Came back in about 2019 after being 1978 is last of the original ones on it. So fantastic stuff. A superb bit of silverware there. We'll see that being presented on the podium later on to somebody in this race. Is it going to be Shane McBride or Roy White? They both start in the front row. They won't want to hand this one away. Michael Cullen's going to come charging up. So the trophy just being swept away and headed towards the podium already. So getting ready to go. 160 brake horsepower, front wheel drive, Nankang tyres, gas shocks. Michael Cullen could be a bit further forward as well. I'm surprised at that one. Gordon Kellett behind him, right on them. But Max Turley actually slightly further forward than Michael Cullen. No, Michael Cullen might have a plan, who knows. That's a great shot of the STs from behind the Coffee to Go Fiesta STs. Dundalk man on pole position, Shane McBride. Roy White, the rally man, on the outside of the front row. Should be getting ready to go. They're all in position. The right 5-second board is up. Watch the top of your screen. The red lights are on. They're out and away they go. And Roy White gets a cracker. But it's McMullen that gets the best. It goes between them. There's contact already. There's no gap there. And he gets out of it, gets on the brakes. But McMullen, in fairness, he did get a great start. There was a gap initially, but it closed as he went into it, and then it just wasn't there, and he got up on the brakes. But he's got alongside Roy White. He's going to try and have a go around the outside of Campion corner. Does he do it? Let's see as they go towards us. He does. Good stuff. McMullen up to second place and all over Shane McBride. So good first 2 corners for McMullen there. McBride getting the hops. Oh, McMullen, little kiss on the quarter. That's not what you need in these conditions, but backs out of it then. Gets a good run up. He's got good traction, McMullen. He's right over the back of McBride now as they come back towards the main arena. Third place is one of the Cullen cars. It's Victor, I think, and then it's Roy White. And Farrar goes around behind us. Spin, spin, spin. He's off. Bartlett's off on the outside. There's contact there. That's going to be a stoppage again, and that's not what the organisers are going to want to see. Just completely unsighted was Grimes. I think that is, and straight into that immaculate car of Trevor Farrar. That's certainly going to give us, maybe they can get it out of the way, but I don't know. 2 cars there with quite a bit of damage on them. So there we go, Farrar's car. The bumper's gone off, and we can't see how much damage there is beyond that. So McMullen, after that cracking start, is going to have to do it all again. Max Turley down the inside of Roy White. We don't have red flags yet, and we don't have a safety car yet, so they're still very much racing down at 7A and B now, and McBride doing nicely, containing Victor Cullen behind. Victor Cullen's got ahead somehow of McMullen out there. Waves yellows. We got a safety car? Okay. Don't see a safety car sign. I see waved yellows coming out, but I do not see a safety car board. Yes, safety car I do. Safety car sign is coming up on my screen. So a safety car will be able to remove both of those. There's room there to get them through, so they should be able to continue. Sir, who's not slowing down? It's one of the Cullen cars. It's Michael Cullen. Okay, he didn't see. I think he didn't see the safety car boards, and he was scything his way up through the slowing pack, so he's decided to give those places back, which he would have had to do anyway. Sylvie Bartlett, good to see Sylvie still going. Look at him at the top of the screen. He had a close shave to just about avoid that one. Well driven. Gary Lynch in there too. Tim McQuaid, and I'll be glad to have got through that one. Safety car, so they all know exactly what's happening. The reason we use a safety car is to avoid a stoppage. There is a gap on the inside of those stricken cars, and the officials are happy that the safety car will be able to lead the cars through that without having to stop, reform, warm-up lap, go again, shorten race. That said, the clock is still ticking and we're at 7:15. We're only going to get a couple of laps to run in this one now. The order is Shane McBride, Victor Cullen, Darragh McMullen, Roy White, Max Turley and Michael Cullen. So Michael Cullen's got a lot of work to do in this one from 6th place. Keane O'Brien has come up well. He's in 7th. Where did he start? Let's see. Keane O'Brien started in 10th place. He's up 3 places. They're going through very clever. They're going through what the drivers call the tunnel. So the safety car leading them through there and out onto the international loop to give a chance to remove these cars. But the red flag is out. There's obviously big damage to one of those cars. The drivers are fine, but there's obviously big damage. One of those cars will probably need a lift. So red flag is out. It's now 4:30, so we're running very, very late. Zetecs are ready to go. Next up, a full grid of them in assembly. So the clock stopped now at 6:55 here, even though they've already reduced all races to 10 minutes. Message in from Bernard Dolan. Hi Leo, got back from Knockhill this morning, tuned into the live stream. Great service. Sorry I can't be with you guys today. Thinking of you all, and especially my second dad, Merrow. Nice tribute from Bernard Dolan to Mick Merrigan there. Bernard and Mick very, very tight. I think they used to speak almost daily. Bernard Dolan still running a team, learnt a lot from Mick Merrigan, doing a great job in the UK and still getting wins every other weekend. So nice message there from Mick Merrigan. Cliff Dempsey and Michelle here today as well. So a lot of people from that era. Really is good to see it. There's the Grimes car coming in as we suggested. It needed to be lifted. If it could have been towed, we would have just dragged them to the infield until the race was over, but the teleporter being sent out there. It's not John Rock driving, it is. He's on his day off. He came in to see John Rock driving the teleporter on his day off. He came in to see to watch a bit of racing with his son, and he's actually been put to work out there, so well done to John Rock. Driver's just being checked over. That's purely precautionary. Anytime there's a shunt, the drivers will always visit the medical centre, and they ask you how many fingers are holding up and what day it is and stuff like that. Make sure you haven't been jolted around too much. So the STs coming back. They'll probably come back towards the grid now, I'd imagine, and line up again. But John Rock heading back out to get the second car. So here they come down to the grid. No message going up just yet, but I'm assuming it's going to be slightly shortened again, and it will say original grid, but let's have a look. We'll let the officials tell us that via the timing system. If you're watching the stream and you also want to have a look at the timing, timing.ie is where you will find all the timing, and a much improved system for this year. We've got a speed trap on the main straight, we've got sector 1, sector 2, and loads of information that we didn't have before. There's a tracking map that's working as well. This is the Fiesta ST Championship Race 2, the Coffee to Go sponsored series. This is the big one. It's for the O'Reilly Trophy, a trophy with Eddie Jordan's name on it. He won it. A lot of people don't know that Eddie Jordan was a driver before he was a team owner, but he was very successful in Formula Atlantic. He actually won the Leinster Trophy as well, didn't he? I think he did. He did. So Jordan was quite successful. Okay, so it looks like they're lining them up in single file here, so maybe they're going to restart them behind the safety car and do a rolling start. I'm not sure what the advantage is there. It's probably less time. Michael Cullen's out of the car and looking at the front of his car. So is there a problem? Did he hit? Yeah, he's making motions, steering motions. The tracking must be knocked out on that car. Crucial. He will not be able to make any forward progress if the tracking is knocked out. It'll just bring in inherent understeer on most of these saloons. That's the problem when you knock wheels with somebody, but certainly he was doing that left to right motion with his hands there towards his LOH team, but he's back in the car now. The single file would suggest that they're going to start behind the safety car and then let them go at the end of the lap, a rolling start, which will take less time because it doesn't need the warm-up lap to stop, the start and the go. So the officials thinking on their feet downstairs to try and save time to make sure everybody gets a race this weekend. Okay, so we just got a message there to the safety car driver. It looks like they're going to start off and then a safety car style restart. So the safety car lights will flash. He'll bring them around. You can see Deco Nolan down there below us, the safety car driver. So 6 minutes 55 it's showing on the clock. I wonder how long they're going to get. Shane McBride looking good here at the front of this one. He didn't look rattled at all, did he? Victor Cullen will be keen to try and get back though past him in the Beacon Health Check car. And McMullen certainly was looking very racy in that first start. So place your bets. It can be anyone here. Michael Cullen's going to want to come through if he hasn't got too much damage. And Max Turley is as good an overtaker as anyone in the business. So we're going to start shortly. I think we should be nearly ready to go. They'll release them. The lights will go off on that BMW Ireland safety car, and it will peel off into the pit lane, and that time Shane McBride will dictate the start from that effective pole position, or leading the safety car restart, and then we'll go racing. I think the clock is stopped at 6:55, so I'm not sure if they're going to continue from that or give us a new time, but I'll let you know whatever comes up on the screen. So a lot of anticipation. This is a big one. It's for the O'Reilly Cup. Very, very historic cup. One of these guys going to hold that cup on the podium in about 6 minutes and 55 seconds. No, a little bit more than that, but not much time we can get to. We're going to get some good tin tap action here, that's for sure. So Michael Cullen and Max Turley, they didn't make much progress in the early stages of that one, but they didn't have much time. Declan Nolan looking very relaxed. He's probably the most relaxed man on the grid. Give us a wave. Declan Nolan, the safety car driver. Rallycross legend. Shane McBride looking pretty relaxed as well. Thumbs up from Shane. Can you win this one, Shane? He's not sure. Victor's nodding away. He looks confident enough. I think but McMullen there, if he can replicate what he did in the first two corners of the first restart, he could be a man to look out for. Roy White, I think, would love a bit of rain. He's just so impressive to watch in the rain. He was great this morning. And the first time he drove an ST down here, as I said this morning on a test day, he was massively impressive. And then you've got the two, what would be the danger men is Mark Turley and Michael Cullen. But we did see Michael Cullen out of the car. We saw him walking around, looking at the front left. And, well, Michael Cullen, that could be mind games, of course, but he was looking at the front left and motioning towards the pits. So maybe cars had a tap left or right. Then behind him is Cian O'Brien, who was coming forward that time. We can see Mickey O'Brien down there, his dad, in the pit lane. But Cian not having a normal day. He's normally right up the front, and I think he'll be keen to make amends, or any gaps he'll be trying to get into them. And it's Jones, Elif, Kellett, Laverick, Kidd, Grimes, McQuaid, Lynch and Sylvie Bartlett. Away they go. Great sound from these cars. 555 O'Brien with the Sean Woods Racing sticker on the side. SWR. They're weaving around. Not something they do too much in this class because they don't want the tyres to go off. But this is going to be a short race. Yeah, look down. The clock has started again. So this is going to be a short race. 5:50, and it's going to be 3 minutes for this lap. Is it behind the safety car? The fastest lap they do would be 2 something. Yeah, it's going to be a 1 lap race, I think. Possibly two. But 1 or 2 lap race. Let's wait and see. It depends how fast the safety car goes, and that's a fast safety car, believe me. If Deco Nolan drops the hammer, certainly a straight line, those STs will struggle to keep up. And his speed is dictated, of course, by race control. They're in constant radio contact with the passenger of the safety car. That's why you see it slowing down sometimes until something is cleared, or speeding up when they need to speed up. So the order in this one now, with 5 minutes to go, is Shane McBride, who could spring a major surprise here. Victor Cullen, Dara McMullen, Roy White, Max Turley, Michael Cullen, Cian O'Brien, Chris Jones, John Elif, Gordon Kellett, Wayne Laverick, David Kidd, Christopher Grimes Sr., Tim McQuaid, Gary Lynch and Sylvie Bartlett. We are missing 2 cars, Trevor Farrar and Christopher Grimes Jr. Unfortunately, those cars were damaged in the shunt that caused the red flag. So lights are off on the safety car already, as we suspected. Oh, look at McMullen in the back of Victor Cullen. He's no gaps here at all. You know, some people sometimes leave gaps. McMullen's not leaving any gap at all. And Shane McBride's slowing them right down. Shane's not massively experienced. Done a little bit of V racing and a little bit of ST racing, but he's quick. And he's got good car control. He's got guys behind that are probably slightly quicker, certainly the Turley and Michael Cullen, but he won't be ruffled by this, Shane McBride. Runs his own company doing tents, marquees, promotions, all sorts of stuff. He's slowing them right down. The safety car is gone. It's peeled off, so it's up to, and he makes the jump now, but Victor Cullen doesn't miss a trick, goes with him. McMullen's dropped about a length. Roy White maybe 2 lengths. Oh, Victor thinking of going down the inside. I don't think you're allowed past until the green flag lap. That's going to slow them both. McMullen will get the run. Shane McBride needs to get over to the pit wall here. That's exactly what he does. Nice and easy though, as I said. He's not ruffled. Here comes Max Turley on Roy White in the background. The Murray Motorsport teammates side by side. I think I see Roy waving him by. Do I? A little bit away. I think he did. He's let Turley by, but he's not going to let Cullen by just as much. Or maybe he's not. He's going back at him here. Door handle to door handle. Turley should have the inside when they're heading through Campion. He does. So McBride looking good out front, and Victor Cullen loses a place. Or does he? He's not going to give this one away too easy. McMullen's very committed around the outside. Can Victor hang on the inside? I don't think so. He can't. And here comes Turley with an armful of opposite lock right up to say hello to Victor, and down the inside he goes. Max Turley on an absolute belter here. And he gets alongside McMullen already. This is like a cartoon. Max Turley really quick. He was coming in there with just a touch of opposite lock on, just kissed the back of Victor's car down the inside, and somehow got the run out to get alongside McMullen. So looking very good. Michael Cullen gets alongside Roy White now on the run up Kennedy's Rise, but here comes Turley on a big charge. McMullen forced to defend, and Shane McBride leading this one and leading it well. Well, this is good stuff for McBride, isn't it? McMullen's got by. McMullen has got by. No, sorry, McMullen was still ahead. Excuse me. It's all the blue and white cars. Sorry about that. It's McBride, of course, leading. It's McMullen second, and it's the charging Max Turley in third place, down to 7A and B. I'm getting a little bit too excited. They're closing up a little bit on McBride down at 7A and B. He hasn't been out in one of these cars. I think one race maybe this year. He blew an engine, and he led a race well, and he's leading one well here, but I wonder would it be advised to start backing them up? Oh, that's not what he's doing. He's just firing the car around. McBride wants this win, doesn't he? He got the ST hops there. The rest of them didn't, just came in a bit too quick. And Here he comes now. He doesn't want to leave a gap anywhere. McMullen's very comfortable with the car. He's got good traction. He'll have a go on the way in or the way out of a corner. And I think McBride's going to have to defend into Southside. And that could make him slow on the exit. But we all know that it's classic Mondello tin-top stuff as they come towards Southside corner. McBride defends, but only a little bit. Watch out for Turley having a look down the inside of McMullen. 1 minute 14, we're going to get one more lap. This is a cracker. It's McBride leading this one. He will be so happy if he can get to the flag. But here's Turley on a big charge. He gets a great run out of the final corner. He's alongside McMullen as they go under the BMW bridge and down to turn 1. McBride making no mistakes at all. And in fact, McMullen having to keep an eye on Turley now. Then it's Victor Mullen ahead of Michael. It's Roy White. It's Cian O'Brien. It's Jones, Elif, Gordon Kellett and Laverick going through. But Victor, I think, just letting his dad pass there, Michael Cullen, but I don't think he can do anything on this lap. Oh, McBride again, look, getting the car out of shape, locking an inside rear wheel, getting the hops, and McMullen down the into the quarter panel of him, but McBride just keeps it pinned. Here we come, sorry about that. Apologies there, just went to the wrong shot. They're heading up the hill now. This is it, final lap. They were down to 9. Apologies for that, just a little bit of mix-up with communications there. Shane McBride leads and Max Turley up to second place now. Darragh McMullen in third place. Surely it's going to be one of these three. But Michael Cullen on a charge for the O'Reilly Cup on the final lap. Shane McBride has made no mistakes just yet. McMullen has dropped back a place to the charging Turley, who's come from 6th place on the grid. He won the first race. He's trying to win the second one. He's out, he's wide, he's left a gap. McMullen's going to try and get up the inside into Bahrain's Benz. Turley gives him just enough room. That's good racing from both of these guys. I think McMullen's done enough, and I think Shane McBride has done enough out front. The O'Reilly Cup, what a trophy to win. Eddie Jordan's name on it. Is Shane McBride's name going to be on it? It's looking good. 3 corners to go. Second gear, grabs third on the way out of this one. 2 corners to go. Just paddock and Southside now between Shane McBride and the biggest moment of his motor racing career. The Dundalk driver will be over the moon if he can get this to the line. Here he comes. Turley out over the curves. Michael Cullen hauling them all in. I'd love another lap here, but Shane McBride certainly wouldn't. McBride it's going to be. No mistakes. He's out of the final corner. Second gear, third gear. He will be so happy with this one. Checkered flag is ready. The Dundalk man takes the checkered flag. It takes the biggest win of his career. The O'Reilly Cup is going to go to Dundalk. McMullen in second place after a cracking battle with Max Turley. They were hard, but they gave each other room. Michael Cullen next up, Victor Cullen, Roy White, Cian O'Brien, Chris Jones, John Elif, Gordon Kellett, Wayne Laverick, David Kidd, Sylvie Bartle, Tim McRae and Christopher Grimes Sr. That, ladies and gents, is proper saloon car racing. Well, deep breath after that one, highly entertaining. I don't think it's going to get any less entertaining because the Siltec safety Fiesta Zetecs have been released from their cage and they're already heading down the pit lane. So the officials doing a great job at rolling them. They have had a lot of stoppages, but they're rolling these races forward quite a lot. Now, if you didn't tune in earlier, you should have, because we had an absolute cracker of a Fiesta Zetec race. And what happened was a little bit of teamwork came into play, which it does at this time of the season. And Sean McGovern took the win after a great battle with Dave Maguire and Keith Rabbit. Michael Barrable was next up. And then it was, on the last lap, it was Keith Dawson. But Keith Dawson slowed down, backed out, and allowed Alan Dawson, his uncle, come up to 6th place, which gave him this pole position for race 1. So Dawson inherited the pole position, but that's just good teamwork. That's how sport works. There's nothing wrong with it. And he'll start on pole position. And he needs a result here because Barrable was leading him by a few points in the championship, and Barrable was a couple of places ahead of him this morning. So Dawson really needs to hang on for a win here if he's going to keep his championship hopes alive. I'm not suggesting he's going to lose the championship. It won't be won this weekend. They're too close. But Michael Barrable is the other, is his big championship rival. So Dawson heads away. Jason O'Connell, the top rookie, incredibly impressive this year. There's Michael Barrable leading the championship. There's the entertainer, Keith Rabbit. And then the two young guns, the JMC car of Dave Maguire and McGovern. Sean McGovern. Then it's Keith Dawson and 76 Derek Graham. Then Ian Fishburne and Andy Kavanagh, Kelsey Kirby and Josh Brown, Lorcan McGivney and Caleb Shanley, Emma Dempsey and Garrett Burke, Cole McLaughlin, Michael McCardle, Matthew Tyrrell and Aidan Adam O'Mahony, Jordan Flanagan and Chloe Kellett, Jason Cross and Brian Matthews, Patch the racing driver, Hannah Selsi and Eduardo Gonzaga, and James Byrne at the back. Watch out for James Byrne, last year's rookie and capable of winning races outright. Last year's rookie champion, I should say, capable of outright wins. Maybe not today, coming from all the way back there, but he certainly is not going to stay at the back for very long. He's a very quick driver, James Byrne. So warm-up black being taken at pace. They've obviously been told to move it on a little bit. This is for the Dunlop Trophy. So again, another massively famous trophy. It's great to see the club drivers getting a chance to race for it. I'm just going to have a quick look at it because it is in the commentary box. It first presented in 1934 to D. O'Cleary in O'Reilly, 1089cc. C.G. O'Neill in a Bugatti in 1935. A.H. Verschoyle in a Fraser Nash in 1936. D. Yule in a CMY Special in 37. J. Elliott in a Triumph in 38. R.B.S. Lefanu in a LERA in 1939. T. Carroll in an MG. Cecil Vard in an MG in 1950. B. McLadden in a 1250cc MG in 51 and 52. Incredible stuff. We move forward a bit and we've got 1967 John Watson. John Watson, British Formula 1 driver and incredibly quick from Northern Ireland. He had a number of wins. One of the best overtakers in the business, John Watson. Very quick back in the day. 67, he won it. John Pollock in 1968. Brian Nelson in 1970. Paddy Farrelly in 71. Walter Kinnear in 72. Arthur Collier in 73. Bill Gowdy in 74. Harold McGarity in 1975. Michael Rowe in 1976. Bill Gowdy in 1977. Patsy McGarity in 1979. Gary Gibson in 1980. Frank O'Rourke in 1981, Harold Hagan in 1982, a lot of historic names. 1983, let me just go back. It's hard to read some of these. 1989, Gordon Kellett. 1990, John Burns. 1991, Gordon Kellett. 1992, Gordon Kellett. 1993, John Burns. 1994, Gordon Kellett again. Gordon Kellett, a four-time winner of this trophy. 2005, is it? In 2006, Jonathan Files, Liam Denning. Noel Green, Gordon Kellett again, came back for another go in 2009. Noel Green again. Sean Doyle, Gary Miller, Kevin Grogan, Adam McCauley, Sean Newsom, Dan Polly, Jimmy Furlong, Colin Blackburn, Richard Carney, and Paul McLaughlin. So great stuff. It's been with a lot of different classes. Obviously Group N saloons with the Sierra Cosworths, Formula V's, Formula Shane's, Formula Atlantics. So somebody's going to get their mitts on the trophy, somebody in this race. Fantastic history from that. A beautiful bit of silverware again. Great to see those trophies back at Mondello Park. So, getting ready to go. Here we are. Getting ready to go in these little 80 brake horsepower one-make racers. Look at Keith Rabbit, the angle of his car, and away they go. And Keith Rabbit gets a cracker, makes contact with Barrable straight away, and straight into the back of Alan Dawson to give him a hand going through. Well, I'm not sure if there are what's going on there, but that was a little bit rough. Rabbit just straight into Barrable and then straight into the back of Dawson to send him straight on. Now down the inside and into Dawson again. It's a little bit physical. It's not that rough. It's not turning anybody round, but certainly he's not afraid to stick the elbows out, is he, Keith Rabbit? Cracking start, but Dawson leads from Keith Rabbit, from Jason O'Connell. McGovern's down the outside of Barrable, but Barrable's coming back at him slowly as they head towards turn 3. Maguire behind them. He's got to back one of them. He should be able to get down the inside of McGovern here. That's exactly what he does. Then it's Derek Graham, Keith Dawson. Keith Rabbit all over the back of Alan Dawson for the lead, though. Chloe Kellett right in the middle of the mix there as they come towards us. Barrable on the inside this time for 4th place from Dave Maguire. Alan Dawson's got a little bit of a gap, a length or two there. Oh, and around goes somebody. That's Maguire goes around, and off goes Keith Dawson on the outside. Derek Graham getting out of there quick. He got caught up in that one. I don't think he's got too much damage, but he's just piled the lock on and got round the corner to get out of the way there. We might have a look back at that one, but meanwhile the pack are sorting their way out as we come back up the hill. It's Alan Dawson leading, but Keith Rabbit definitely gets a run at him through Lola Corner. A lot of people being promoted up through the ranks there. We've lost 2 or 3 out of the top 10 in that corner. McGovern's car looking very second hand as he takes a lunge down the inside of Barrable. Oh, straight into the door of Barrable's car, turns him around but backs out of it afterwards. That was it was enthusiastic at best, but it's a little bit rough and tumble here, isn't it? As O'Connell gets the run now on Rabbit up the outside into Bahrain's Benz and tries to sit round the outside. Not sure if he can do that, or can he? He almost does, but Keith Rabbit sits right around the outside of the second bit and reciprocates the move. Opportunistic was the word I was looking for just a few moments ago, but Barrable has shaken his way free of the pursuers in 4th place. But I don't think this is all over for the lead, because certainly Jason O'Connell and Keith Rabbit looking very quick. Barrable in 4th place, won't want to let them get away. Rabbit with a great run through Paddock Corner. Dawson defends. Rabbit back to the inside again. He loves this car dancing around under him. The back end of the car stepping around. He doesn't mind changing direction on the brakes. But he's going to want to make a move. Rabbit would love to win this one. He's had 2 wins recently at Kyrgyzstan. He would love to win this big cup in front of the capacity crowd here at Mondello Park as they come towards us. Down the main straight they go. Fastest through the speed trap. Keith Rabbit 113. So Dawson and Rabbit now 1-1. Here they come down the straight. It's still Dawson heading towards turn 3. Keith Rabbit right with him. Dropping back just a little bit. That time was Jason O'Connell. He's still heading the rookies. 3rd overall. Very quick through turn 3 though, trying to close that gap down. McGovern's still there. Is that Josh Brown? It is Josh Brown, one of the rookies in 9th place there. 8th place. So 6 minutes 51 still to run in this one. There's that group with Josh Brown, Fish, Kelsey Kirby, and a few more. Rabbit's got up the inside, Shirley. Great run off the S's, gets him up the inside of Alan Dawson. Dawson closes the door, they're gone out of our view. Here they come. Dawson trying to sit around the outside, but I think Rabbit's done enough here. He's on the inside line. He surely has done. O'Connell's going to get the run here, and if he can get up to Rabbit's bumper, he might be able to bump Dawson down a further place. He's decided to back Dawson on the outside though. The inside is where you need to be when there are 2 cars side by side. Surely he'll get it down the inside. That's exactly what he does. And Dawson gets boxed out. And here comes Barrable. This is not good for Dawson's title aspirations. Barrable gets alongside as well. And Barrable now is going to have the inside for Bahrain's Benz. The 2 title contenders door to door coming back up the hill. Barrable on the inside. Dawson on the outside. Barrable tries to sit around there. But I think Dawson, I should say, tries to sit around the outside. But no, Barrable's done enough. Oh, Dawson into the back of Barrable. Sends him around. Sends him sideways. I think the officials will have something to say about that, surely. Barrable held on to it well, but Barrable's making this one work well from Andy Kavanagh in the mix too, and young McGovern. Andy Kavanagh almost helping Alan Dawson along. It's getting a little bit fraught here. Barrable out over the curbs. Dawson next up. It's all gone wrong for him from the lead. He's dropped well back now. Oh, big lock up from Alan Dawson. Front left, locking up on the way into Southside Motor Factory's corner. O'Connell next up, McGovern next up behind him. But look at Jason O'Connell. He's not letting Keith Rabbit get away, is he? Barrable 3rd, Dawson 4th, McGovern, Kavanagh. And it's Josh Brown going beautifully. Relative newcomer. Great stuff, Josh Brown. Then Ian Fishburne, Kelsey Kirby, Caleb Shanley, Garrett Burke, Emma Dempsey, Gonzaga, McGivney, McArdle, and all the rest. So 5 minutes still to go. Plenty of time still to run in this one. Michael Barrable now having got ahead of his title rival Alan Dawson in this. Dawson will be keen to get back at him, but McGovern right with him. Getting great footage. There's Josh Brown, that white car with the green stripe along the bottom of the door. He's a very, very impressive novice. Coming down into the S's now once again. Barrable still in that 3rd place. Dawson 4th. Then it's McGovern and Kavanagh. Fishburne trying to get a run at Josh Brown now, the rookie. It's for 7th place overall. Nice long wide line for Keith Rabbit, and Jason O'Connell going right with him. Rabbit's got a faster lap last time round, but only by 2/10, and the gap is only 7/10 as Caleb Shamley goes off on the outside. Easy thing to do. Keeps it pinned. He should be able to get it back on without losing too much time there. This is Josh Brown again, the rookie, trying to hold off Fishburne. Ian Fishburne in the Fish Graphics car. Fishburne tucks in behind him again. Josh Brown really going well. Kelsey Kirby just back behind them a little bit. The leaders 1 and 2 still together. Barrable still in third place, then Dawson, then the battle-scarred car of McGovern. Josh Brown under big pressure there. 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Keith Rabbit right out over the exit curbs there, as indeed is Barrable and Dawson. McGovern heading for the pits. McGovern's a championship contender. I'm not sure why. Is that, oh, was a penalty, is there? There's something being held below me. I'm not getting any, it's a mechanical defect flag. Being held out for somebody. Black and white flag, a warning flag is out for the leader. There's a black and white flag for our leader, Keith Rabbit. That's a driving standards flag. What's wrong with McGovern? But certainly there's a bit of some sort of a problem there. He's dropped him right back in again. A load of people being bumped up. We're just losing quite a few of them. McGuire is still in the mix there. Let's see where he is. He's up 2 places that lap to 15th. Lapping on the pace of the leaders. So McGovern under me, McGovern just rejoining at the pit lane there. So 2:29 to go. So first 4 we're watching here, Rabbit, O'Connell, Barrable and Dawson. That's where the action is. It's Rabbit and O'Connell probably for the win on the big trophy, but championship points, it's going to be Barrable and Dawson. Very important. They're really close. There they are, the 2 cars at the top of your screen. 2 minutes 14. We'll probably get one more lap after this one, I would imagine. Out onto the international loop again. Keith Rabbit just unwinding the lock and losing every inch of track, so he gets the run down the back straight. O'Connell not closing in on him anymore, but they were pretty much equally. It's a fraction quicker for O'Connell last time round, but certainly the gap looks like it's opened a little bit now. Similarly, Barrable is just easing away from Dawson, although Dawson trying to close him down here, but round a lap, the last 2 laps. In fact, Michael Barrable had fastest lap of all last time round, 2:13.393. 13.5 for Alan Dawson, so very little in it. Dawson moving around in his mirrors, but you won't unsettle Michael Barrable too much with that, I don't think. This could be pivotal for the championship between these two. Michael Barrable, a former champion in the class, would love to win it again. Gets right into the apex there, tires past their best. You can see them both beginning to understeer just a little bit at the apex. 1 minute 18 to go, so I think we will get another complete lap. There's Rabbit. It's at this stage of the lap it always looks like Jason O'Connell is closer to him, just for the closing stages of the lap. He's very close to him there, isn't he? Had it right up to the back bumper. It was half a second. It's going to be less this time round, surely, as they come towards us. 59 seconds to go. You can see that in the top right. So we're starting our last lap now. It's Keith Rabbit going for the big trophy. It's Jason O'Connell trying to take it off him. Barrable, fastest lap. 13.3 a couple of laps ago. 13.3, 13.8 that time round. Alan Dawson on his bumper. Gonzaga in the mix there as well. He's up to 9th place. Rabbit gets into the apex, doesn't get the hops, nice and smooth. Same stuff for Barrable. Andy Kavanagh just missing the apex a little bit too quick. The track, I'd say, is still a little bit slippy if you go offline. That's what happened to him there. Here they come back towards us again. So Rabbit leading from O'Connell, Barrable still holding at arm's length. So that is Hannah Selsi off at outside corner. That's going to mean waves yellows. There's going to be no overtaking into the final corner. Don't see waves yellows, stationary yellows, but it still means you can't overtake. So this is it for the last time, 7A and 7B for Rabbit. Comes back towards us. Jason O'Connell very good into that final corner on the brakes. We saw that last time round. But certainly there's nothing he's going to be able to do now because Hannah has parked that car in the gravel, and that certainly means there will be no overtaking into that corner. You can't overtake under a yellow flag. So Keith Rabbit looking strong here in this one. I'd say he may be having a chat with the officials afterwards, but I'm not sure. But certainly always entertaining, never afraid to fire the car around the place. So let's see what happens. They're waved yellows now, so no overtaking, so that should be probably our finishing order. Don't have to defend here now. Up to the final corner, it's Rabbit, it's O'Connell, it's Michael Barrable and Alan Dawson. A big cheering on the pit wall for Rabbit. He'll be absolutely delighted with this one. Highly entertaining. Just seems to be able to jump in the Zetec and take a win whenever he wants. Right with him is Jason O'Connell. And then Michael Barrable for the second race in a row today, getting ahead of Alan Dawson and increasing his championship lead just a little bit. Then Andy Kavanagh next up. Josh Brown, what a drive to sixth place for the rookie. Josh Brown, incredible stuff. We were almost expecting it from Jason O'Connell now, but he's always up the front. Second place, very impressive for him, but Josh Brown to take second in the rookies and top 6 overall is really good stuff. Fishburne, Kirby, Gonzaga, Garrett Burke from way back, Dempsey, Maguire, Dawson, McArdle, McLaughlin, McGivney, Byrne, Shanley, Tyrrell, Flanagan, Jason Cross and Brian Matthews patched the racing driver. And then McGovern, after that pit stop, he goes through, but that's damaged his championship aspirations, I would imagine, quite a lot. 14-3, does a personal best there. So there is your result. Provisionally, Keith Rabbit, Jason O'Connell, Michael Barrable, Alan Dawson, Andy Kavanagh, Josh Brown, Ian Fishburne, Kelsey Kirby, Eduardo Gonzaga and Gareth Burke. Fastest through the speed trap is Alan Dawson, no. Keith Dawson 112, 113.4. Kelsey Kirby fastest through the speed trap. Keith Rabbit not that quick through it, 110 on the final lap, but great stuff. Great entertainment as ever from the Fiesta Zetecs. Cheap car to buy, cheap car to run if you want to go motor racing, and of course you can do the 6-hour race with 3 of your mates in November here at Mondello Park as well. So always highly entertaining in a capacity grid of these cars. So your rookies, Jason O'Connell takes the win, Josh Brown in second, and Mick McArdle takes third place. I think that's his first podium in the rookies. Lorcan McGivney fourth, Matthew Tyrrell fifth, Jordan Flanagan sixth, Jason Cross seventh, Chloe Kellett in eighth. Lap down. There she is now. Actually, she must have had an issue because she was in the middle of the pack there early on. Not sure what happened there, but she did get to the finish. We'll get herself some points. There's Hannah Seltsy just being towed out of the gravel. Next up is going to be Sayat Supercup and Irish Touring cars running together. So they're just working out how they're going to get that car out. But meanwhile, the Sayats are being released from their assembly area. So great shot there of the Fiesta Zetecs at Park Ferme. A lot of technical checks carried out after all these races. The officials use everything from a speed gun to a forward scan tool to control shocks that they hold, control wishbones, all spare parts. So a lot of eligibility stuff being checked on the cars all the time after every race. Well, just while they're clearing a couple of cars in after the last race, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with the Seat Supercup Ireland and the Precision Graphics Irish Touring cars.
Square left onto loop. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. Go there. Go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it lit, keep it lit, keep it lit. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Continental Tires, Irish Compact Car of the Year 2023. Speaks for itself. The new Opel Astra.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating auto test challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack. Welcome back, and as you can see, the Supercup Ireland cars have been released and they're out on track. 340 brake horsepower, DSG box, but paddle shift for the drivers. So just 2 pedals, factory built touring cars, beautifully built. Drivers who raced them absolutely loved them. They moved from Yokohama tires to Hankook tires this year. They do a little bit of switching around with ECUs, so if you qualify on pole, you get a smaller power ECU for the race. The same if you win race 1, you get it for race 2. So luckily for me, the timing screen generally tells me which ECU is in which car. But the top 8 reversed for this one. So Paul Parr will start on pole position. He's been going very well lately in his car. He's acclimatized very well since coming in from supercars. Sam Mansfield alongside him, another hard racer. Then Dave Maguire, loads of experience. That's Dave Maguire Senior. Stephen Wright, who's been massively impressive on his first weekend out in these Seat Super Cups. He's on row 2. Then Shane Murphy, who went so well in race 1. And Harry McGovern, another young charger. Graham McDonnell, and race 1 winner Eddie Peterson, number 55. Then it's Brian Berry, Gary Corcoran, Adrian McNally, and Barry English. The Irish Touring Cars, Stuart Curran will take up pole from Rob Savage, who's just won the championship, Paul Toomey and Cian Walsh. Then in the Honda Cup, it's Ian Stryker, David Flynn and Stephen Martin. I'm not sure if they've all made it to the grid, but I'll check when they grid up. I think they have. Already down to the grid. A little bit of a dark art getting these Seats off the line. They'll start on the lights, and then the ITCC cars will start on the national flag. Way to go, and it's Mansfield in the Dave O'Brien car, and Finn's down machine that gets the lead heading down towards turn 1. Dave O'Brien running this car through his DOB Sports Cars brand, a sports specialist in West Dublin. Berry's off and English is with him on the outside. Berry's gathered it all up. English keeps it in and tries to get through the gravel. Let's hope he does get it back. Somebody else has gone around. It's Wright, unfortunately, after such a stunning debut. Stephen Wright has gone around and the Irish touring cars have been released and Wright is stuck on the middle of the track, I think. He just about gets it going as they come down there. It's Rob Savage who's there first. Good stuff. Everybody doing the right thing there. No real drama. Wright knew exactly what was happening. I think it just got going at the right time. See what I did there? Mansfield leads. Parr in second place. Dave Maguire gets a bit of help and around he goes from Shane Murphy. Parks it up nicely on the infield. Hopefully he can get that one back. There's Hannah Seltzy's Zetec being brought back in. So Sam Mansfield now ahead of Parr. But the danger man, I suppose, here is going to be Shane Murphy, isn't it? Always is in these races. Never mind the fact that McGovern and Peterson, two real quick boys, are with him too. So those three should be very, very quick. In fact, they're all on full power according to my graphics here. Everybody has 340 brake horsepower. This is for the Dunboyne Trophy, I think. No, it's not. They raced for that in the first race. Apologies. So Eddie Peterson would have taken that one. There's McNally up a couple of places. The rally man that's come to play in the Sayets. Going nicely. He's ahead of Berry, that is. And McDonnell. So Mansfield almost defending, but not quite. Right out to the outside. Two very different approaches to that corner from himself and Paul Parr. First, second and third go through. Murphy, McGovern, Peterson, Gary Corcoran going nicely. Then McNally, Berry and McDonnell absolutely together. So McNally beginning to get to grips with these Sayet Supercup cars. And Maguire off again. A terrible first lap for Dave Maguire. He was a winner in Anglesey. Here comes the screaming Honda. Watch the speed of this car in a straight line of Rob Savage. He'll make short work of this Sayet, I'd imagine. Indeed he does. Blast by it on the straight there. Rob Savage fastest through the speed trap. No, he's not. Paul Toomey. Look at the Nissan. The ex-drift car just been turning in there now, 166 kilometres an hour. He's 6 kilometres an hour faster than the next touring car, and another probably 7 or 8 ahead of all the Civics. So the ITCC car is very quick in a straight line. Adrian McNally now beginning to get a little bit crowded by Brian Berry. Sam Mansfield coming under a bit of pressure, but Murphy definitely the danger man there. Mansfield has fastest lap, but that was a standing start lap. I think Murphy's going to be quicker round this time. Parr thinking of a look down the inside. Mansfield leaves the door half open. Gets on the power nice and early and gets a length back in between 7A and B. But look who's knocking on the back door. 970. World Hot Rod champion, multiple Sayet Super Cup champion, and he's beginning to weave around, and that's going to slow Paul Parr down, and Mansfield nearly throws it all away. Well, Dave O'Brien's got it set up a bit taily, hasn't he? Look, the car thought it was a Mark II Escort for a moment there. He needed all the power. He put his foot to the headlight and as much opposite lock as he could muster, and that's not much in these cars. They're a touring car. They've got very little lock, left or right, but that was well held. He's left his mark on the circuit literally there with the left rear wheel. Maybe it's still a little bit cold, but Parr has to defend. Oh, and here's McGovern with a big opportunistic look up over the inside curb. Great stuff. Murphy with the door open, maybe a little bit there. Paul Parr leaving the door open for Murphy. Well, he definitely did. It's almost like he let him through. I doubt he let him through, but certainly he just opened the door going under the bridge there. And Shane Murphy doesn't need a written invitation to overtake. Now it could be trouble time for Sam Mansfield. Just 5 minutes 57 seconds to go. But fastest lap is Eddie Peterson though, 150.989. McGovern in the mix too. He's going to try and get by Parr. There's Peterson, the quickest man on track. Last of this train. Using all the curbs on the exit at turn 3 there. Everything he knows. He really is the master of this class. Sam Mansfield's flashes of real pace. Was racing single-seaters in Boss, but had terrible mechanical issues. And moved to the Sayet Super Cup. Didn't race for a year. He's back now, as we said, with Dave O'Brien running the car through his DOB Sports Cars business, the Ballymount-based Porsche specialist. Dave working on a number of racing cars. I think Stephen Murray's been helped. So great stuff. Stephen Wright next up, having disposed of the ITCC cars. And then at the start-finish line now is going to be our ITCC winner. Flashing the headlights, the new champion. There he goes, Rob Savage. Great season for him all year long, and he has had his troubles with the car, but he sorted them all out. There's Paul Toomey, another incredibly quick driver, chased him all the way home. And it's going to be Cian Walsh, but the Honda Cup boys are not too far away, are they? And all three still running. Great sound effects as Cian Walsh comes down to take third in the Irish Touring Cars. And David Flynn wins the Honda Cup class from Ian Stryker and Stephen Martin. Great stuff from Seat Supercups and ITCC. So there you go, another deep breath after that one. Highly entertaining racing this weekend at Mondello Park. Next up in a few minutes' time will be the DMC, the Dunshaughlin Motor Company Formula Boss Ireland class. Good entertainment earlier, it's a little bit drier now. Let's see what happens. So ready to go once again. Formula Boss Ireland Race 2. Tony Greenan on pole, Barry Rabbit alongside. Drier conditions this time than the star Carl O'Brien from Race 1. Paul O'Connell, Shane Rabbit, Michael Roach, Katie Cole, Daniel Fardy, Johnny Keating, Dan Daly, Gary Graham, Alex Wilsden, Eamon Madison, John Daly, Stanley Watson, Martin Daly. Somebody waving at the back. John Daly waving at the back. Waved yellows. Delayed start, Shirley. Yeah, delayed start, John Daly waving at the back. Just on the left of your screen down low, you can see him waving there. So good stuff. Somebody moved forward there. I think that's Kaylee Cole. She's just, I think she stalled, hands in the air. They should be able to restart that car, perhaps. Yeah. So will we get another lap? Not sure. Cars all seem to be running. Michael Roach not on the grid for this one. 5 second board, away they go. Very messy stuff. There were a couple of cars a row ahead of where they should be, and Paul O'Connell seems to have stalled down below us. So, yeah, they didn't regrid them there at all. So Paul O'Connell trying to get going below me here. You can probably hear the sound effects. So is Tony. It's all very topsy-turvy out at turn 3, just trying to gather up where everybody is. A lot of drivers not getting away. Paul O'Connell's car there. I think they're connecting a pack to it, but I think they're pushing that car off track. So it's Barry Rabbit and Kaylee Cole. We might have to wait till they go by the start-finish line to check them. There's Shane Rabbit up ahead. I think it's Tony Green and out front. I'm not sure if Carl O'Brien is in the picture. Let's try and have a look. That's Carl O'Brien behind. Okay, so it's Green. I can see out the window. It's Green and it's Shane Rabbit. It's Carl O'Brien, Barry Rabbit, and Kaylee Cole, who I think was probably a row ahead of where she should have been. Not her fault. They just didn't regrid them. She goes really well in this little motorbike engine car that's her coming out of Southside corner. So Tony Green and quickest through the speed trap from Kaylee Cole. 174 for her. 190 for Martin Daly. He's quicker than everybody through it. The F3 car is not that quick. Shane Rabbit 168 and the Renault 171 for Carl O'Brien, 171 for Barry Rabbit. Johnny Keating 165. Here's Barry Rabbit now closing down Shane Rabbit. I wonder if we do team orders here. It's not, it's actually Carl O'Brien, excuse me, catching Shane Rabbit. Shane Rabbit as ever driving the wheels off the Renault. Doesn't like letting F3 cars past him. Carl O'Brien going wide, trying to get a switch back. Shane Rabbit just running around the centre of the track, not giving him any gap at all. Once again, if you want racecraft, as we said, the clue is generally in the surname. O'Brien gets it done, but Shane Rabbit comes back in him, but O'Brien's happy to sit right round the outside. Great stuff from Carl O'Brien there. And in fairness to Shane Rabbit, he didn't He didn't hand it away without a fight. Paul O'Connell gets going below me in case you hear that noise. There he goes. Great shot of him leaving the pit lane. So Carl O'Brien now up to second place. Green and O'Brien, Shane Rabbit, Barry Rabbit the order. Six minutes 50 to go on this one as Barry Rabbit starts to cruise up behind Carl O'Brien. Around Southside Motor Factory's corner and out onto the main straight. There's Greenan out in front. As we said, Tony Greenan being really impressive all year long in this car. Carl O'Brien, we haven't seen him out before. Great to see. Great move on Shane Rabbit. It is an F3 car. It should be quicker, but certainly to sail around the outside of 7A and B of Shane Rabbit, you're doing something right. Well, if we thought Shane was going to hand the place to Barry, he certainly isn't. And I don't think Barry would expect it either. So Barry's going to have to... Oh! And Shane going to the outside, back to the inside, defending from Barry. This is Barry's old car. I wondered... It's probably still part Barry's car. Shane Rabbit will be having so much fun here, but Barry gets the run and gets the job done, carries more speed through Lola and just about, but Shane will have a go back on the brakes if there's a room at all. There is. He's back down the inside. Barry tries to sit around the outside, but Shane gets it done at 7B. Well, this is great stuff between the two Rabbits. Liam Rabbit will be looking down on this one and enjoying it if he can see it. Barry Rabbit's got by, but he have to work for that one. Shane Rabbit certainly wasn't going to let his brother by. So Barry Rabbit now try and get the head down and get away. Let's see what kind of lap time he can do. Fastest lap is 35.3 for Greenan, but 36.8 for Carl O'Brien, not too far away. 36.6 was Barry Rabbit's best. This one mightn't be as quick, I feel. Barry Rabbit with the head down. That was a 37.4, but that was the long overtake, so that's what happened there. Martin Daly just going by. If you're wondering what the sound effects are beside it, it's Tony Green and Carl O'Brien, Barry Rabbit, Shane Rabbit, then Kaylee Cole, Johnny Keating, Martin Daly, Daniel Fardy, Gary Graham, and Dan Daly going through as well. Alex Wilson going through there in the little Radical. Kaylee Cole getting out of shape there down into the S's. She's been caught by Johnny Keating. Should have enough straight line speed. She's not afraid of this car. Very, very quick in a straight line. They go through Lola corner now. Johnny Keating getting the run, but I think Kaylee's car might be quicker in a straight line. There mightn't be much in it though. She goes to the inside to defend. Slightly quicker here, but not by much. Hard on the brakes now down into 7A and B. Keating closing in on the brakes. Through 7A, through 7B. Martin Daly catching them both in the background. They come back up to 7B. She gets a good run off that one, heading back up towards Bahrain's Bend. Closes her down on the brakes one more time. Keating, a new name to us. There they go, down into the long left-hander. Down to Paddock. A little bit defensive. He's going to have a go down the inside. Not on that occasion. Keating trying to get a better run on the way out of the corner. Kaylee Cole up through the gears. Goes to the inside. She comes across to defend. Not much in it now on the straight as they head under the bridge and down to start another lap. Just 3 minutes to run on this one. Martin Daly should be with them by the end of this lap, if not beforehand. The back straight could be an issue for them. If he gets anywhere near them, he'll just romp by them in that World Series car. Once again, Keating closing down on the brakes. Martin Daly is just easing up behind them though, isn't he? Got two good straights coming after this next corner, big hill. Keating right in the wheel tracks, but watch Martin Daly's car going up the hill here. It might get alongside. He'll certainly have a go on the back straight if he doesn't get it done here. Doesn't quite get it done here, but as they come out of this Lola corner, and in fact catching them too is Daniel Faherty. quicker than them both last time round. There's not going to be any space for Martin Daly when he gets to them, is there? Here he comes. But they're both very quick through Lola that time. So a little bit of a traffic jam now. Keating tries to close in again. Martin Daly just not finding the room just yet to get by. He caught them pretty quickly. Back up towards us again, and in the background that's Daniel Faherty closing them down. Slow lap for Barry Rabbit there at 41 at 38 for Shane. Rabbit brings him right back up to Barry Rabbit as this group comes towards us. This time Daly is close enough surely to have a go on the straight. Keating not just able to get down the inside there. He's late on the brakes, all right. Here comes Martin Daly. Watch the big car in a straight line. Keating thinks the same thing. Here he comes. He's alongside, but he's on the outside. Locked wheel gets turned in. That's one of them done. It's a little bit unwieldy, this car of Martin Daly, but he's always been very spectacular. And around goes Daniel Faherty, and he'd been catching those cars in front, but a little bit too much power on. So that split up this little battle with Martin Daly. Out at turn 3 now. And down into Bridgestone. So the little Jedi gets a good run. It's got plenty of power, but it doesn't have the power of Martin Daly as they come up the hill. It's the next bit of this where he'll probably get it done. He has a look there. It doesn't come off. That might slow him a little bit coming through here. Not really. He'll get on the power. Surely he should be able to get by here on the way down to 7A and B. He does, just drives by down into 7A. Gets the car slowed right down. That's Tony Green, and we're back to, he's just got turn 1 on his final lap. Barry Rabbit going to, it's Carl O'Brien next up, so it's Green and Carl O'Brien, Barry Rabbit and Shane Rabbit. Barry Rabbit definitely having slowed, and Shane Rabbit having cruised back up to him. John Daly, a little bit of smoke coming from the car, a lot of smoke coming from the car as he heads up the hill. Hopefully that's okay. It's Greenan now on his final lap, 7A and 7B. Paul O'Connell with fastest lap, 132.534. That's 3 seconds quicker than anybody else on track. So Paul O'Connell, what might have been. But unfortunately couldn't get the car off the grid, but at least they got the car started. He's back out there. Here's Greenan now with 2 corners to go. He's through paddock, not a problem. Wilson thinking of heading for the pit lane, doesn't. He'll get to the checkered flag now, but he's staying well out of the way of the leader. Good driving. Here comes Greenan down for yet another win. He's been the star of Formula Boss this year. Hand in the air. Absolutely delighted. Greenan goes through. Next up is going to be Carl O'Brien. Comes through. Then it's Barry Rabbit with Shane Rabbit trying to have a go up the inside. Two rabbits are side by side to the flag. There we go. Just about. Shane Rabbit gets it away from Barry on the run to the flag. Not sure where he did that. I think into the final corner, but absolutely fantastic stuff. So car stopped on the main straight, but it's tucked in towards the barrier. That's the Wilson Radical. So there's Martin Daly having come all the way from the back. Good race from him. Absolutely fantastic. And Kaylee Cole looks like it's going to hang on ahead of Johnny Keating. They've had a great scrap as they go to the line, and she does indeed. A big gap back behind them. I think it's possibly, is it going to be Paul O'Connell? He's a lap, no, he's not a lap down. There's Paul O'Connell doing those incredible lap times. Here he comes again. Great sound effect as he goes across the line. Oh, he's lifted off this time. But he has fastest lap of the race by a significant margin, and came all the way back up to 8th place. And Stan Daly going through. And it looks like it's going to be, it's Faherty and Matheson. So just Gary Graham, I think, still out there. Somebody. Gary Graham, that is, didn't come through to check the checkered flag. He's absolutely fine. He's out of the car, but that'll be probably require a tow back in, and that's the final result. So Greenan, Carl O'Brien, and Shane Rabbit. There's the Wilsden Radical coming back in. Then we've one more race to go. It's the final race of the weekend, and it's race 3 for the Irish Legends for the Jack Toohey Trophy. So the Legends just being held the full of the day here. It's just coming up to 6 o'clock. We need to get the last one going, so that's what they're doing. They're just bringing that car across to the inside there. Great work by the rescue crew. I think the battery is well down on the safety car, and the diesel tank is nearly empty on the teleporter and the Mazda pickup unit after all the work these guys have done today. Great work from all the officials. The BMW Ireland safety car ready to go there at the end of the pit lane, with the lights flashing to lead the Legends round and let them go racing for a 10-minute race to round out the 2023 Leinster Trophy meeting here at Mondello Park. So fantastic racing all day yesterday and again all day today. Here come the Legends back towards us for what will be the last race of the weekend. Away they go. Race 3 for the Legends. This is the one that matters to them because it's for the Jack Toohey Cup, which is another very, very famous trophy. And they're delighted to be racing for it. They've had 3 races today, and this is their 3rd one. So Jack Toohey was a double Leinster Trophy winner, like Barry Rabbit, but a few years before Barry Rabbit, because he won it in 1935 and 1936. Newest addition to the perpetual trophies being presented this year is the small but mighty Jack Toohey Trophy. It was won by Mr. Toohey himself as his replica in 1936 for winning the Leinster Trophy. While only measuring 8 inches in height, the solid silver cup was a major part of Leinster Trophy history and was re-gifted back to the Leinster Motor Club by Mr. Toohey before his passing. Jack Toohey, best known for his back-to-back wins in the Leinster Trophy races held at the Tallaght Circuit in 1935 and 36. He drove the Smithfield Baby Ford 993 Special, a car that was built and prepared by the Smithfield Motor Company in central Dublin. Known for his aerobatic style of driving, including using his co-driver in the manner of a motorcycle sidecar passenger to hang out of the car in corners. In fact, this tactic caused him to be black flagged by the stewards in the 1935 Leinster Trophy, and he was almost disqualified. Well, I hope the Legend drivers can't hear me. They haven't got a passenger, they'll be safe enough. That stuff, Leinster Motor Club, thank you very much for all the information you've given me, and Brian Manning for the incredible research and work that man has done, not just for the Leinster Trophy history, but on motorsport history in general. A great debt of gratitude to that man. Hope he's watching. So Keith O'Donoghue, I think it is, showing in the front for me, but I don't think that's him. Seamus Ryan is all alone in the front row, I feel, from what I'm seeing on the screen. Then Kieran Bergen and Richard Spence. Yeah, that's the way it is. Then Derek Hogan in the Pink Panther, Lee Malone, Owen Lawler, David Yamamoto, Peter Barable. Surely Peter Barable will be back on form. Is he out there? He is out there. Watch out for Peter Barable. I said that in race 2 and it didn't happen. He's usually charges to the front. Then Willie Lawrence, Declan Burke and Scott Jackson. So just looking at the comments on YouTube there. Big hello to Frosty, who's been watching all day, and a couple of others. Great support for the Formula Boss Ireland, Cales Cole and more of them there. So good to see you're all enjoying the live stream as much as we are here. I think it may have stopped very briefly early in the afternoon, but very much back going for this, the last race of the day. Again, watch out for Peter Barable in that bright yellow Legend at the back on the left. Away they go. Oh, contact straight away and into the pit wall, just what the officials didn't need, and that's Bergen. He should be able to get back into the pit lane. I think he can. That was just somebody closing the door, but it looks like it's Seamus Ryan. It is Seamus Ryan leading. Yamamoto up there too. I think he might have got up to 2nd place, in fact, from Lee Malone. He has. Yamamoto looking good in 2nd place here. Up to 4th place is, who is that? Willie Lawrence from the back. Oh, Oh, Yamamoto kicking up a bit of dust there, having a real go down the inside. Fires it down the inside for the lead. David Yamamoto, number 50, nicely done, and carries that speed through the corner and out. Barable already up to 5th place, though, behind Willie Lawrence. They both started right at the back. So Yamamoto leads now from Seamus Ryan. Barable down the inside, takes the rookie to move up to 4th place overall. Barable will really want to win this one. He didn't have a good second race at all, certainly by his lofty standards. We can have a little bit of fun here now as Barable sides his way up through them, but they won't hand it away. It's Yamamoto, it's Seamus Ryan. It's Lee Malone, and Barable getting that run using all, like Keith Rabbit in the Fiestas, all the track on the way out to try and get every bit of speed he can on this long back straight. He's already lining it up for the lunge down the inside. The leader locks up ahead of us but gets turned in. Barable doesn't quite, he does get it done at the second bit, but you need a bit of cooperation from the driver. He's deciding he'd like this trophy and he's not going to invest the front left corner just yet. He should have enough pace. Another big lock up from Yamamoto. He really is throwing caution to the wind here. Almost off on the outside, locks it inside front and drifts the car in. Yamamoto firing the car around. Another man that would love a big win here. And Peter Barable hasn't managed to get by them just yet. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th together. 5th right with them too. Barable in 4th place. And it's Willie Lawrence. Barable will surely make a place here into Southside. He moves to the inside, gets it done on the brakes. All you got to do is be alongside. That's Lee Malone on the outside. Barable gets the job done on the inside. Malone knows what to do. Straight in behind him and going to try and follow him up by another place or two. But Yamamoto going really nicely here. He's been locking the front wheels just a little bit, but not getting away too much. These first 4 are pretty equally matched now. Yamamoto with a beautiful slide, a dab of opposite lock. Just 7 minutes and 41 seconds to go. It's not much time for us to enjoy the race, but it's a long time for David Yamamoto, no doubt. He'll have seen the clock when he goes by. The big squeeze from Seamus Ryan. He's not going to let Barable down the inside of turn 3. Barable thinks of another one, and Lee Malone says, I'll have a look around the outside if there's a place going, but there isn't just yet. Barable tries to get the better run on the way out, but that will leave him on the wrong side. As they come back towards the off-camber corner, Bridgestone, down into the main arena. Barable sits around the outside. Fighting back, though, with Seamus Ryan on the inside. And they're going to be neck and neck on the way out. Barable using the curb. Ryan's got it back, I think. Barable still has maybe a nose alongside. No, he doesn't. But he has another go on the brakes into Lola corner. And I think that's going to get it done. It is. That just stops Seamus Ryan from turning in. Yamamoto will be absolutely loving this. Lee Malone has a go up the inside. And he gets through as well. We've seen that so many times today with close racing. It's absolutely fantastic. But he just opportunistic stuff there. Seamus Ryan was wrong-footed by Barable. Here they come down into the right and then left, and Barable already easing up to Yamamoto, who's driving so spectacularly, cocking the inside front wheel and drifting the little legend around the place. He's trying as hard as he can, but Barable's already right with him. 6 minutes to go in this one. 13 is Lee Malone. He's got ahead, as we said, of Seamus Ryan. Oh, Barable sideways, absolutely launching the car over the inside curve. Has a look at the inside. Yamamoto has that covered. Back to the outside. Yamamoto goes a little bit towards the outside. A little bit of smoke from Barable's car. Climbs up on that inside curb and does he get alongside? It's very little in it. Yamamoto going to give him the big squeeze on the main straight. There's just enough racing room, and Barable gets alongside and should be able to get it done down into turn 1. Indeed he does. Peter Barable leads, but that's an ominous puff of smoke coming from the back of his car. Don't see that too often. We see it sometimes from legends, but it's rare. Through turn 2, Cambion corner now, and up through that sequential gearbox, heading out towards turn 3. Yamamoto doesn't want to let Barable away. You can tell by the body language of the car. He's going to have a go back if there's a gap here at all. Barable defending heavily at the second apex of turn 3. That might give Yamamoto the chance to get a run at him on the way back up the hill. Not quite. Barable probably finding a length or two on the way down, but Yamamoto coming back at him on the brakes again. Down into Bridgestone, the back of the pits. Barable a little bit crossed up, but holds on to it beautifully, as we've come to expect. Barable with fastest lap last time round. So 5 minutes and 1 to go. Barbara's car still a little bit smoky, and Yamamoto just firing the car, and he really looks like a man that's trying so hard. He isn't letting Peter Barable walk away. He's clinging onto his coattails there. That's 77, the rookie Willie Lawrence, who's already had a win in this class this year. He's in 5th place, trying to catch up with Seamus Ryan and Lee Malone. Lee Malone going nicely in 3rd place, with Seamus Ryan breathing down his neck. 4 minutes to run. There's that smoke again from Barables. As he comes out onto the main straight. Battle for 3rd place, still raging there, Lee Malone and Seamus Ryan. In fact, closing up to them slightly is Willie Lawrence, 77, the blue car. He's lapping on the same time as them going around. Barable well quicker than anybody else, though a second quicker than the leader last time round to open that gap to 1 second, just over 1 second. Yamamoto clearly has the legs on the rest, though. 2 minutes, 0.7. The rest of them all in the 2:02 bracket. It's come back towards us. 2 minutes 56 to run in this, the final race of the weekend for the Jack Toohey Trophy for the Irish Legends. (7A) and 7B. Still Seamus Ryan trying to get on terms with Lee Malone. But still Yamamoto hanging on. That gap was only out, as we said, to a second the last time round. Opposite lock that time for Malone through Bahrain's bends. Seamus Ryan 4 just sizing him up. Both right into the apex there, very similarly matched in terms of pace. It's Barable, Yamamoto, Lee Malone, Seamus Ryan, Willie Lawrence, Owen Taylor, Scott Jackson, Derek Hogan, Declan Burke and Richard Spence is the order. So 46 seconds on the clock, so we should be on our final lap of the final race. Some of the results from some of the other races I think are provisional, so we'll check that out. Keep an eye on ICCR, timing.ie for your official results, and there's a digital notice board there at the top of that when you go into results. So I think 2 of the classes perhaps haven't just done their podium presentations just yet while the officials do their stuff downstairs. But yeah, the clock down to 21 seconds, and Peter Barable coming out of... heading towards paddock corner now. Here he comes. 8 seconds to go, so this will be it. Peter Barable going to take the win in the Jack Toohey Cup. Great win from all the way at the back. He's might, if there was prize money, he might need it. It's certainly beginning to look very, very smoky. It's not bothering Peter Barable. For MB Motors and Automatic Cars.ie, 88 takes the checkered flag yet again at Mondello Park. Great drive to second place, I've got to say, by David Yamamoto. That was really determined drive from him. And then that's a cracking battle. Final step of the podium goes to Lee Malone, but only just from Seamus Ryan, with Willie Lawrence right in there too. 3-car battle is next up. Is it Owen Lawler at the head of this one? It is from Scott Jackson and the Pink Panther, Derek Hogan. 1, 2, 3 absolutely together, and it's not over just yet because it's a drag race at a line between Spence and Burke. Burke gets the run, but Spence just about holds on for it at the line. Fantastic stuff from Irish legends. Well, there you go. That's the end of the Leinster Trophy 2023. 2 days of fantastic racing. Well done to everybody involved. Here's your top 10. Barrable, Yamamoto and Malone. The podium finishers then Seamus Ryan, Willie Lawrence, Owen Lawler, Scott Jackson, Derek Hogan, Richard Spence and Declan Burke. Well, there you go. 2 fantastic days of racing here at Mondello Park. I'm absolutely wrecked, and I didn't have to do a whole lot. There are people out there that deserve great applause. The rescue crews did a lot of work. The safety car guys, the marshals as ever here were brilliant at Mondello Park. Mondello Park management, all the officials. It's great to have the Leinster Trophy back here at Mondello Park. It gave us great entertainment, and all the classes performed. This was always the exciting weekend traditionally at Mondello Park. It was the big weekend of the year, the one everyone wanted to win, between this and the Phoenix Park races, and a little bit of that came back this weekend. And the V guys, especially when you walked through the paddock yesterday morning on Friday on testing, they were good form, but they weren't as relaxed and chatty as they normally are. There's big pressure on. That's a big prize. It's a big honour to get your name on a trophy alongside Mika Hakkinen and Ayrton Senna for a Clubman racer, as we said earlier. Also, we're not going to finish this one without mentioning Mick Merrigan. He's a great man, sorely missed by all of us, and will be remembered at Mondello Park. It's great to have his family and his friends with us here today. They were in a corporate suite all day with Kimberly and Mikado biscuits because Mick was fond of them, and Liam and Mary Shanahan. Wonderful to have those lovely people back here again. They brought an apple pie with them, an apple tart, because that's what Mick Merrigan used to bring with him. So there was plenty of stories being told, and Mick's granddaughter was there as well, Evie. So just a lovely part of the day, and to have those people on the grid celebrating before Formula Vee. It was Mick's class. He was the first Formula Vee champion. He was the first works driver for David Shane. And Formula Vee always remained close to his heart. He was a friend to many people, an advisor, team manager, team owner, racing driver himself. He was many things. He was a great man. It was wonderful to have him remembered at the Leinster Trophy meeting. To the Leinster Club, thank you very much. They gave me so much information all weekend, even brought the trophies up so I could read some of the names on them, and there are incredible names on those trophies. Everybody else involved, drivers, classes, promoters, anyone else that was working here today, was absolutely fantastic both days. We're not finished with the ICCR just yet in 2023. We've got an October meeting coming up. ICCR.ie will give you all your dates. We're also going back rallycrossing at Mondello Park, IRX.ie. And if you want to drive a car here yourself on the track, MondelloPark.ie. You can drive BMWs, Porsches, even Formula Shanes if you want to have a go in a single-seater, or the new Suzuki rally cars if you want to have a go at the rally experience. So ICCR.ie for all the dates and all the points. The points will be updated in the coming week for all the classes. There's a couple of races that are still provisional, and I think there's still a little bit of activity going on down in the steward's office. So watch out on ICCR's social media for full results of all those. Or go on to timing.ie. That'll give you all the information you need. And there's also a digital notice board. So every decision that was made over the weekend in terms of penalties or warnings or anything will also be on that. So I hope you enjoyed it back at home as much as we did. It really has been great fun. We're all a little bit tired. 2 days of hectic action here at Mondello Park. But I think all the classes did themselves really proud. So from everyone at Mondello Park, until the next time, thank you very much and goodbye.
Square left onto loose. Yeah, that's good. Good drive. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Rev it up, rev it up. George, yeah, go, go, go. One right, immediately followed by a 5 right. Keep it in, keep it in, keep it in. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Keep on, keep on, keep on. Come on, come on, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Continental Tires, Irish Compact Car of the Year 2023. Speaks for itself. The new Opel Astra.
Welcome to Mondello Park, more than just a racetrack.
We have conferencing facilities for up to 200 people.
We can provide a wide range of fresh, locally produced food, from soup and sandwiches all the way up to a full 5-course meal.
Test your team to work together in a series of racing challenges against the clock in our state-of-the-art driving simulators.
Or if you want to try the real thing, jump behind the wheel of one of our many supercars.
Test your team with our wide variety of non-driving team-building challenges. Or beat the clock in our exhilarating Auto Test Challenge. Mondello Park, so much more than just a racetrack.